all of his shit is like drawn on paper. So like he'll write the software out for the robot that he just designed on paper in script. And then he'll hand that to his assistant who's like younger than me and say, all right, go type this up. And he'll just be like, I can't read this. He goes, that's your problem. Figure it out. Which is very amusing to me. This is what happens when somebody's about to retire and doesn't care anymore. All right, so a bunch of people have tuned in from the YouTube side of things. There was a patch today, and I already have a video out. And there was also a video released. Now, the video was released this morning, but I got it yesterday, which is why I already have a video out on it. But the video is talking about some, you know, or showing some of the stuff that Tarn has been talking about for a while. I think there's two really big things in that video. I mean, it's only 30 seconds. I kind of wish there was just more of the same footage. It's a little sad that there's so little actually there, but this is it, right? The first big thing is this. It's these guys, you know, your trolls over here. Notice, I think that this kind of sucks though. The ones that aren't holding a weapon, either, I have two ideas here. Either trolls are just gonna stand like this now, or it's made out of a material that the sprite hasn't been added for yet. I think either of those are possible. So either these guys are holding invisible like great picks or whatever, or they're just not visible. The next question I have is, these are great pickaxes, right? Like two-handed large pickaxes. Could an elephant man wield those in adventure mode? Yeah, that stuff scares the shit out of me. Hear me out, troll mimes. Oh, are they there to cause distractions, or is that how they communicate because they can't speak? Because trolls, like, trolls can't speak. That's why they, like, are just pets, basically. And why they used to get mass murdered by the goblins, because the goblins would be like, identify yourself! And then the trolls would be like, and then they just get stabbed to death by the goblins because they didn't identify themselves. It doesn't happen anymore in Goblin Fortresses, but you used to always just show up during mass troll exterminatus. But yeah, I love the backpacks. The backpacks are great. I was like eyeballing these goblins looking for pickaxes and didn't see anything. Was the other thing that I was looking for, but didn't see that anywhere. But yeah, the trolls having backpacks is the first thing that they show. Then they show this, you know, the repeating crossbow launchers, like bolt launchers, basically. You know, even if these operate the same way that the current, like, siege weapons work, and the dwarves, like, are hard to get them to get back to them after they've been scared off of them, even just having this for the first wave of siege is going to be really neat. No, totally. Absolutely. I mean, they're still firing... I know that we're all just like, oh, no, they're machine guns. They're still firing faster than crossbows, mate. You are now more qualified to teach how to fly. So does that mean that, like, if I run really fast and jump, I'll have more luck if you're telling me what to do? So, completely unrelated to anything. Somebody last week asked me if I bought a bunch of weed in preparation for the BCL strikes. I don't buy weed from, like, BC Cannabis, so it's not an issue. But there's a bunch of BC liquor store employees that have decided that it would be a great idea to, like, protest maybe about a block and a half from me. Every couple seconds I hear a car honking because everybody supports them, and I support them too. I just wish I could support them a block further away from my apartment because this is getting really annoying. Anyway, back on what's important. Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly how these are going to work, and also how long they're going to take to load, because, like, ballista take kind of a long time to load for one bolt or one ballista arrow. Like, the dwarf has to, like, take it and, like, sit there for, like, a good long time unless they're skilled in siege engineering. Same with, like, loading catapults. I'm curious if they're going to still take the same amount of time, like, if you're still going to need to train your dwarves up.
For the siege update.
Or if you're going to see, like, dwarves running back and forth with individual bolts. Like, but it's curious to see what it's going to look like. Under the Brim, thanks for the 34th month. Chuck, can I get a round of beers for Under the Brim? Keeping that subscription alive. Appreciate you greatly. And then we got this little thingy. You know, it's just a bunch of goblins with hammers. I do kind of feel like the sprites have changed again slightly. Like, I don't know how, but like something looks a little bit different about them. Like maybe I'm just like going crazy, but it kind of looks like his arm is a little different. Appreciate you, Brim. I do. I have a question about ore. If the place where I embark to, let's say, doesn't have iron ore indication, will there be no iron in that location, or will it just be very hard to find? It's more than likely there will be no iron in that location. If you do find iron, it'll be an anomaly, and it'll be a very small spot. Like, the game almost never tells you that there is platinum in a location, but you might find platinum if the right stones are there, but it'll be a very small amount. If it states that there is no iron on the map, there is no large deposits of iron, and you probably won't find any iron on the map. Like, there's a 9 out of 10 chance you're not going to find 9.9% out of 10 chance that percent. What am I saying? 99% chance you're not going to find any iron. Basically, you're going to have to start importing it from goblins or asking the dwarves to bring it. The hammers are hammer-ier? I mean, that looks a little bit more hammer-ier. I was thinking about this last night. But, like, they haven't shown a lot of this. Which to me means one of two things. They don't have a lot ready. Which is probably the more likely one. 2, they do have a lot ready, and they're hiding stuff. I like just the dead bird right there. That part's kind of funny. There's just a dead bird there. But yeah, no, like just the... This is cool. They also seem to like run out of bolts pretty quickly. Like I don't know exactly how long they're firing here. But they do seem to fire through the whole supply very fast. We're going to export bolts into their foreheads in exchange for the iron. The second one is this. They did say that we would get battering rams. So if the artists and the programmers are talking this time... Because for some reason, when I imagine battering rams, I've been imagining like the Age of Empires battering rams. You know, like the little huts with wheels. With like the roof. That's kind of what I was imagining. Like I was imagining like a wagon. I wonder if a battering ram is literally just gonna be like a troll whip big stick. And just walk up and go thunk. Just like just a troll with a log equipped. Because like, hold on, I'm blocking this. Here, I'll just grab me and go over here. But like, I really like this mock-up art. This is cool. It kind of looks like a I don't know, like a tiling or something. 2 trolls running with a tree. Yeah. Maybe they could just try pole vaulting with it, you know? You're okay with big stick trolls? Yeah. You think trolls with big sticks are easier to program? I mean, we already have multi-tile items. Well, rather, there is one multi-tile item in the game. Crossbow bolts were multi-tile at one point. They're not anymore, but they were. They used to be 3 tiles long. So dwarves used to pick up a 3-tile item and walk with it. You hope they add... I don't think we're going to get any type of explosions. At the very least until magic stuff comes in a bigger way. Yeah, I was saying items, because technically wagons are a multi-tile creature, which is weird, but... Workshops are not items, because workshops don't move. I mean, it depends on the person, right? Slandrum, because they say, I like the idea of not having 100% safety enough for it. More peril equals more fun. I think it depends on the person. I think some people want safety. I think some people want to have minimal threats. And then I think some people just don't care and want surprise and excitement. And I'm kind of, I flip back and forth. Sometimes I want safety, sometimes I want excitement. So, but you know, Dwarf Fortress has always been very fair and like open with its like difficulty options. So yeah, work's definitely being done. I mean, the thing that like I kind of glossed over when it released that Clint was probably yelling about, Tarn's so resistant to blasting power. I think Tarn doesn't want to add guns, Gleno, which is fair. And I think Tarn really wants to add magic and is resistant to that partially because I think Tarn has a similar personality type to a lot of kind of obsessive creatives, which is, if you bug me to do a thing forever, I won't do it. And I think that guns might be the most requested thing that I've seen in Dwarf Fort, and I'm kind of with them. I also don't really need guns. Cannons, though, I'm open to that idea. So I don't know. I mean, Tarn stated in the last interview that I did with him, Generic Dwarf, that they are never going to do multi-tile creatures. It's probably never going to happen, were his exact words. So I don't think it's a matter of them not rushing it. I think it's they're not going to do multi-tile creatures. It wouldn't surprise me if we get multi-tile items. But outside of wagons, I don't think we're getting anything ever, period. Like, the developer of... I did an interview a while ago that I never ended up releasing because I wasn't able to do much with the footage. I think the issue Jack is Fox, who says that medieval no gunpowder is the best way. I tend to agree, but I think a lot of people just see like Warhammer and go, dwarves have guns. Because people want everything to be Warhammer, apparently. But if everything is Warhammer, then nothing is. Then go watch something else, Lurky. Thanks for sharing your opinion. But, yeah, I don't know. Warcraft did that too. Warcraft is just a shitty clone of Warhammer. Changed my mind. Like, Warhammer's hilarious. But, like... It was literally, they were trying to make a Warhammer game and got rejected the license. There it is. Like, it did eventually become its own thing, for sure. But if we're talking about Warcraft, like, OG Warcraft was supposed to be a Warhammer game. It's not a criticism. It's an opinion. I've done this particular type of run before and found it very, very fun. And you say, that sounds kind of boring, not gonna lie. Okay, thanks for sharing. Noted. Criticism taken. It's not really criticism. I think it's fun. I don't agree. I think that there's a lot of people out there that believe that their opinion is criticism, and also that their opinion is wanted. Not my problem. Speaking of, let's go play this very fun run, chat, shall we? There was somebody working on a cannons mod for a while, but it just kind of stalled out and never went anywhere. It did look pretty cool, to be honest. I like the word Starhammer. That's just making me think of Halo and the Gravity Hammer. Let the games begin. Exactly, Kravicus. Welcome back to the Fortress of Chopsick, my friends. Yes? Pangolin Wranglin? Yes. There's a lot of things that are quote-unquote a little bit odd about adventure mode. Sprite Man. You dislike 40k? I think it's fine. All right, so this is my very, very, very tiny fortress. We have 8 dwarves. We started with 7. Immediately went down to 4 because, well, there's blood there. There was giant alligators in the river that ate a bunch of my dwarves, like literally as I unpaused. I unpaused and 3 dwarves were dead. It took all of seconds. Also, I would like seconds of olives. Unrelated. Tarantos. I'd like to name a dwarf after you if possible. I don't think I have any that have an open name. I was about to say that. We have Arch Susie, Devoted Mortal, Moreb, Stormwolf, Steve, Seth Rogaine, Zachris.
Oh shit. 30 months.
Biologist.
Crypt arrive, Crypt beer cheers blind in chat. Here's to plenty more. Also the hiking and being disconnected from reality this weekend was fucking awesome.
Yay! For being disconnected from reality. Although, isn't that like more reality? Like you're in a real-er reality. I do have unnamed wild boars. Although, they might get sold or slaughtered. I have geese. You want to be a goose? Yeah, generic dwarf literally died as I unpaused, mate. As I unpaused. It wasn't really a skill issue. I unpaused the game. I guess if I'd left the game paused, then I would have won against those alligators, but... yeah, they definitely got one over on me. Anyway, so this is my little fort so far. It's mostly made of cherry wood. It's got multiple levels. This is Untamed Wilds, so in the surrounding map, we do have giant sponges. There are giant ravens that are flapping about, which are kind of terrifying. And I've got a couple giant wild boars, one of which I just sold. So far, literally, my only trade goods have been the clothing that was ripped off of the bodies of the dead dwarves who started the fort, who died immediately, and giant wild boars. Yeah, this fort is a pretty cool map as well. We've got this nice little river here. And understanding that popping into a stream and the first thing that you say is, "This seems boring," is a good way to get a, "Yeah, I don't care." And you repeatedly bringing up is just going to get me saying, "Yeah, I don't care." If you think something isn't interesting, noted. What are you expecting to get out of this? Exactly. Are you expecting me to say, "Oh, sorry, I'll definitely play something different right now for you"? I like this style of play. I don't do it very often. It's a fun change of pace. I don't care about your opinion. You happy? I absolutely take criticism all the time. I had some people tell me that I over-edited one of my videos, so I have made a conscious effort to use less PNGs on the screen. I haven't seen that complaint since. People used to complain about my reading. Now I take more takes, spend more time, and I've been working at it. I think that you just have a thin skin and don't realize that criticism isn't always desired. Exactly, dude. No digging. So the rule with this fort is I'm not allowed to dig for any reason. I do have pickaxes, and the reason we have pickaxes is because you need them for construction. Also, Tyrantos, would you prefer I just wait until we have dwarves available? Or would you prefer I name them after some livestock? I haven't been reading all of your chat. I'm the one with the thin skin? All right, well. You keep thinking that. Hey, chat, you guys can adjudicate this one. I just think this person's kind of cute. Can wait until we get a dwarf, that's fine. Cool. So we do have sand, which is down the side of this pit here. And we have this glass furnace. So wood, usable. That we can get from the map. That's fine. Glass, usable. We can get it from the map. That's fine. Anything that comes into the map or I import to the map, I can use. That's fine. I'm not going to dupe anything. Any goblinite can be used. But I can't dig. For any reason. Wait, really? Where was that? That's really funny. So merchants become super vital. Yeah, so like I'm actually having to think a lot more about what I'm importing. Housing is a challenge, which I'm trying to get ahead of. So I actually have quite a few bedrooms that are empty right now. And the reason this is a challenge that I need to get ahead of is because I have to construct everything vertically, basically, or horizontally down the side of this pit. We can absolutely use water and pumps. I'm having to focus a lot more, obviously, on fucking our moods, hopefully. I'm having to focus a lot more on livestock because I need food variety. We need, I'm doing a lot of above ground harvesting right now, which currently is just picking stuff up off the ground, which actually makes them only harvest fruits in the autumn, which is actually quite helpful. We haven't agitated the wildlife yet, but when that happens, which it will happen inevitably, things are going to get kind of crazy probably. Yeah, and that's pretty much the kind of the status of the fort. I just kind of want to finish this bridge a little bit because it's bugging me. Yeah, to the individual who says that this fort's boring, that's fine. Lovely. Tune in when I do a different fort. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Because you're still whining about me saying I don't care about your opinion. Nobody's calling you a snowflake. It's simply a, you show up, you share an opinion. Okay, your opinion isn't wanted. Are you okay? Like, do you need help? Do you need a juice box? I got some out back. I can get you a glass of water here. I'm sure it'll calm down your heart rate. Because at this point, you're just disrupting chat, mate. And if that's your intent, then cool. Good for you. Speaking of strike the trees, furniture is mostly made out of wood. I would like to highlight, though, I do really like the wood tiling. I think the wood tiling's really nice. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely, Darut. Absolutely. No, the thing is, like, I genuinely believe that people like this person in our chat here is very... How do I put this? When you run into an individual who is completely convinced of their own correctness and completely convinced that their opinion is the right one, you're never going to win an argument against them. They're just going to make themselves look worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and piss themselves off and the people around them in the process. I'm putting on a show for an audience. I'm here to entertain my chat. And sometimes I do a pretty terrible job of it. Sometimes I do a pretty good job. I think this fort has been very exciting so far. It's had a lot of action, a lot of fun events, and I'm looking forward to the remainder of it. Also, because it's above ground only, it's not going to be as long as most of my forts. So if they want to tune back in when we play a different fort, that's 100% up to them. And the reason this is a losing battle for them is because they're insisting on repeatedly bringing up the fact that they think that I have a thin skin? If I had a thin skin, I would have quit doing this years ago, mate. Art Susie, Devoted Mortal, Moreb, Stormwolf, Steve, Rogaine, Zachris, and Biologist are the dwarves in the fort. Stormwolf is pissed. And I don't blame him. I mean, like, you know, when you arrive in a fort and immediately two of your best friends die right in front of you, and then you find the third one dead moments later, it's never going to be a good look. You fly planes, mate. You better have a thick skin. Isn't like half of that job to be able to like act under pressure? Having a thick skin didn't do much for your dwarf. Well, I mean, turns out that you might have a thick skin, but the teeth that giant alligators have is very sharp. I mean, I could just ban him. I just don't really see the point, really. Like, it's not like he's done anything wrong. Well, it's not hacks, but certainly spawn camping. You're surprised at the lack of puke on the ground? They only... Okay, so what's happening to your dwarves, and the reason they're puking, YouTube chat, is because if dwarves stay underground for months at a time, they develop vitamin D deficiencies and their eyes get weak. They get cave adaptation. They have this little line of text, which is right here. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. There's another one that says he likes being outdoors, at least for a time. And then there's another one which is basically like can't stand the sight of the sun. If they develop that middle one, it means they're not getting enough time outside. If they lose that one, then they get negative thoughts when they go outside and they get dizzy and vomit. It's because you've kept them underground too long. It's like a playstyle choice kind of thing. You can either live like partially above ground and be fine, only above ground and be totally fine, or entirely underground and then going above ground becomes dangerous. It's like a disadvantage for the player. It also, like, if you are attacking an enemy site and they have to go above ground and they all get dizzy when they leave the map, then you're going to be a lot weaker when you're doing combat with the goblins or the humans or the elves or whoever you're attacking. How long does it take to fight cave adaptation? Quite a bit. Quite a bit. It's actually, it's not the time that it takes, it's the negative moods that you accrue and the negative reoccurring thoughts that they gain while trying to fend off cave adaptation. So cave adaptation can absolutely be completely negated. Like, I negated it almost entirely in my last fort by just having 2 halves of the fort, one half being a giant arena area and one half being like an underground housing complex with all the crafting and stuff. And in order to get to pretty critical tasks, they had to cross this bridge, and this bridge was completely exposed to the above ground. So like every dwarf would go outside at some point during the day in that fort. Very few people like me. Okay. Oh boy. I don't understand this. In general. That's all I have to say. I don't understand. Don't be a dick about the things you don't like. Yeah, I don't have DF hack right now. Let me know when it updates and I'll actually show it. I actually kind of want to see this fort in Stone Sense once I get it built up a little bit more, so. Because DF hack wasn't updated when I launched the game. Because they said that playing above ground seems boring, and I said, I don't think so. Joey's code. And now they're complaining that I can't take criticism. That's what's happening. Yeah, I'm just kind of amused by it, to be honest. I mean, I think a combination of the two is probably my actual favorite playstyle, Lennox, which is usually how I end up playing, where I have like a portion of the fort being below ground and a portion of it being above ground. But this one in particular is like, you know, a specific challenge fort, right? Like the point of this fort is that it's a odd anomaly. Like that is the entire shtick of it. This is what it is. It's actually like kind of nice though that somebody's throwing a hissy fit in the Twitch chat, because usually it's the YouTube chat doing that. So thank you YouTube for behaving for once. You guys get an imaginary brownie point. YouTube chat is 100% civilized without exception. Yaha. So is Twitch chat. Without exception. You know what's funny about this, Amlasian? Is like, nowhere on a private platform is a free debate zone. You try not to start fights on videos that are being recorded? I mean, start fights if it's fun. If that's the point of it, right? Like, I'm going to start a fight with you and say that I do actually think that anchovies and corn on pizza are good. Tactical Crayon, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. I expect your forever flowering and flourishing love. And constant. I don't know where I'm going with this. Attention on the internet for all eternity as the only true streamer of this video game. So that I will not be left on the sidelines like this child is insisting that I am. I mean, it's a Canadian classic, Hylam. Wait, who doesn't have that point of view, Hand of Fate? They steal children. What's wrong with anchovies and corn? I like how you spelled corn. That's funny. Let's actually go this way. Actually, have you ever had salmon on pizza? Like, I'm not even bullshitting right now. I had a pesto salmon and feta cheese and spinach pizza a couple years ago at a pub that I really like. Mwah. I mean, it was more, realistically, it was more of a flatbread, but it was fucking delicious. Like, holy shit. Oh. You know, topics. There's this beautiful saying on the internet, which is, don't feed the trolls. Why are you unloading an unlimited all-you-can-eat buffet? Zucchini slices on pizza? I need to pickle some zucchini, because zucchini is really cheap right now at the farmer's market. Oh yeah, true. True. I mean, I always say it's totally fine to troll, but if you're going to troll, be good at it and realize you're going to be yelled at, or realize that you're going to be the most disliked person in the room if you're not good at it. But if you're going to troll, be good at it. Be funny. That's the key. Yeah, I don't know. In all actuality and factuality, I just find this a little bit disappointing. Like, it's just a bad look for the Dwarf Fortress community, because this individual is now going around and babbling about how apparently people talk bad about other Dwarf Fortress streamers. I think what you need to realize is literally all of us know each other. And anybody who's even remotely decent to work with, we're all on good terms. It's just funny to me when the best excuse that you can come up with, or anybody can come up with, is whenever people are discussing streamers of the video game. Okay, who does that, first and foremost? Second, why does anybody care what you think? Truly. If you don't like me, okay, that's fine. Go find somebody else to watch. They need more views anyways. All right. So today, the big thing that I need to do is wait for more dwarves. Because of the time of year that we started, getting more dwarves is actually going to be a challenge for a while. Because now we're almost on, what? Getting close to year 2? And we've had one migrant wave, which means it threw the migrant wave patterns out of order. But we'll get another one probably in the year 325. I don't think we'll get one in the winter. We might. We did just trade a lot. So we're mostly just waiting for more dwarves. So I'm actually going to pause the name redemptions, actually. I do have one in the hopper, but I'm going to pause them until we get an actual migrant wave. Because otherwise I'm just going to slowly stack them up, and then nobody's actually going to get any. So I'm just going to do that for now. I'll unpause them when we get our first actual migrant wave. Wait, is it Cheesecake and Coffee Day, Darmond, or something? Why wasn't I informed? I'm greatly distressed by this news. What am I planning on growing? Gorwing, if anything? What am I planning on growing? A dislike with the elves, most likely. In reality, I'm just trying to build a little shantytown over this bridge and not piss off the local wildlife, because if I piss off the birds, I'm in trouble. Like, literally, if, like, 1 or 2 giant ravens go apeshit on me right now, this whole fortress is just gonna fall over, like, immediately. So, I'm just currently, like, expanding slowly, and once I have about 12 dwarves, I'm gonna build a small squad and see if we can get, like, a little army up and running, and once we get to that point, then we'll be in an okay spot. You know what's funny to me, Lurky? And this is me directly addressing you. There's a fruit fly buzzing around my face. You have said a total of 15 things in my chat. And the first thing you ever said in my chat was today. You have existed around this channel since November 2023. It really makes me question your intentions here. And who you are as a person. With all this perceived knowledge of me. I disagreed with you one time. And I am this nightmare of ignorance. Hopefully this is an opportunity for you to do some self-reflection. On many things. That's what I said. I don't give a shit what you said. Anyway, let's I don't know. In my part of the world, everyone's welcome here. You know, honestly, I agree with that, Diamond. Nightmare of Ignorance does sound like a good name for, like, either an artifact of creation or, like, a studio album from a power metal band. I think the thing that you need to realize here is that while you are welcome here, if you just think that your opinion of, hey, I think what you're streaming is boring, is welcome, I have a piece of advice for you. Go watch a stream that you don't think is boring. And the next time you're watching a stream that you think is boring, or has content that you think is boring, don't tell them. Because frankly, they'll figure it out. If the people that matter actually think it's boring. Honestly, you are reiterating to me that people really like this as a format. I'm waiting. He's still here. I chuckled to myself and disagreed. If you think that's attacking you, you probably walk outside and see a bee and immediately squish it because it's a threat to your life. You probably jump into traffic because that car just ate a person. You probably chop down every tree because you think they might flower next year and will give off some pollen. And are now living in a concrete jungle surrounded by soft foam walls. Because you might get attacked by that drywall. I'm waiting for an ad break to run through. I'm not actually just sitting here paused because there's nothing happening. There is something happening. It's an ad break. Project Zomboid is okay. I find it to be a bit repetitive once you get into the higher levels. It's developing in interesting ways, though. I haven't played it in a minute. When did I expect people to react well? I expect people to react generally like adults. And the only thing you've reacted like is a spoiled child who's in desperate need of some attention. But anyway, my ad break is over. My muting of you seeing the ads is over. Because I did, in fact, do that so that you wouldn't see that ad so I could ramble. Anyway, now that I'm done with my rambling, what I'm going to do is this. I think that for everybody, it is in our best interest that Lurky99 gets a 24-hour bop. Because removing you from my chat for one day will remind you that there are other streams out there that you could go watch that will give you the entertainment that you crave. And if I stream something in the future that you think is entertaining, feel free to tune back in. A giant yellow monster? I'm trying to think of what you're referring... Oh, you mean a school bus? I was like, hold on, what's the giant yellow monster in this instance? Like, I was thinking like, I don't know, bouncy castle? But no, school bus, right? It's weird. I've seen that username before, Killed With Style. In like other places and like being a normal person, but... It's ironic that the people who can't take criticism are always the ones going around blaming you for being unable to take criticism. It's like a very consistent pattern on the internet that will always kind of baffle me. This is true. Miss Frizzle is, in fact, either a warlock or a time lord. Yeah. Yeah, back when I was playing... Back when I last played Project Zomboid, Build 41 didn't have multiplayer yet. DF hack updated. Hey, thanks. I'll restart the game real quick. Yeah, that's like one of the most perplexing things ever. Like, I can see when you followed me. I've seen them, they've commented on my YouTube videos before. Like, it's like I can see when you followed me. You followed me a long time ago. Like, I'm not gonna, like, full transparency here and actually being kind of real for a second. I'll lift up the bullshit. There are people out there that don't like me. Like, it comes with the territory of being successful in this industry. There will always be people that don't like you. And yeah, absolutely. There are people that I've had bad interactions with who don't like me. That wasn't one of them. Not even close. It's not even haters gonna hate. It's nobody's perfect and we all make mistakes, right? I think like the actual like silly thing to, like Krabicus, I've had like bad interactions with you. You're still here. Like I think it's just everybody has bad days, and when all of your bad days are exceptionally public and archived, there will be some people who just decide that they hate you over time, and there is almost nothing you can do about it, aside from just move on. And some people are incapable of moving on. Well, apparently most of my streams were entertaining, so he only speaks when I'm not entertaining. Yet, I guess he didn't watch the last No Digging video or series I did, which was less than 2 years ago. But I digress. I'm actually kind of running low on blocks. I need to make blocks, but I just have too many jobs. Let's just let these stores put stuff away, because that's all that they're really doing right now. Just putting stuff away. It's not even that it's awesome. It's like, it's a nice change of pace, right? Like, I wouldn't do this for every fort. But, like, it's fun once in a blue moon. I think that, aren't there missions of, like, NPCs in the beta branch right now in Project Zomboid? I was reading something about that. I'm sorry, I can't tell. Is that sarcasm killed in style? Like, a genuine question. Is that sarcasm? I can't tell. Which makes DF Legends easy. Wait, really? DF Legends isn't that hard to use these days, though. It's just not that descriptive. Oh, did you run into somebody you recognize from another stream? Where are we cannering? That's always fun. Here's the thing, like, this is the issue I actually have with Project Zomboid, Kelpie. I think Project Zomboid is really, really uninteresting with people that are good at Project Zomboid. Like, Project Zomboid to me is a game that's really fun to be bad at. I've always had a bit of a hard time enjoying it. It's not sarcasm. You use coal. You burn wood at a wood furnace, and then you use coal to power the forges. Normal forges are powered with coal, and I'm getting coal from the trees by burning it in a wood furnace. B-Log, thanks for the 56th month. Back to Zomboid for a second. I like the idea of Project Zomboid as like a game to be bad at, but I think min-maxing Zomboid is not fun for me. And that's the problem with the co-op, is most of the people that are willing to play co-op with, like, while doing it, are... Uh-oh. We got a problem here. We've got the problem here. I'm just gonna put one of these dwarves, just you onto hauling. Yeah. And then the rest of us, we're just gonna go and retrain these giant wild boar that lost their training. Because I've got 2 baby giant wild boars that were just born and haven't been trained yet. So we got to go catch these guys, which have the zoomies at the moment, and give them some training. Although currently they're just leading animal training demonstrations instead of doing animal training. Which, okay, cool. You guys want to... Do I have to assign people manually to this? Do you want me to do that game? Because I'll do it. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Okay, fine. Hold on. What actually is underhauling? Hauling animals isn't underhauling, is it? Oh, it is. Got it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I enjoy a little bit of Project Zomboid. I don't know. I don't want to get good at it. And I always feel like the next update looks more interesting than the update that they just added. Which is kind of a weird predicament to be in, I guess. I'm going to slaughter these adult giant wild boars. 2 of them. Or 1 of them, maybe. And then you come over here. Oh, totally. I mean, we're literally doing that, making bone bolts, and I'm decorating stuff with horn and making totems. Oopsies, I don't need to do that now, but we'll do it. So as you can see, I've got a whole ton of like random, well, I guess goat stuff, but also giant wild boar stuff. Well, I would say that there's a reason for that, generic dwarf. And I'm not just trying to talk crap about Project Zomboid, but I play a game that's been in development forever and, like, has been in varying levels of development hell, so I kind of get it. But the current builds of Project Zomboid don't feel like they're designed for Zomboid veterans. They feel like they're geared to make the game very difficult, intentionally so that people don't run out of content. That's what it feels like to me. I could be very off base with that, but that's really what it feels like every time I sit down and try and play a little bit of that game. It's always like oh, they made this intentionally very painful to play so that people don't run out of stuff. Because realistically, once you learn the combat and get over repairing vehicles and learn how the skills and stuff in Zomboid works, all that's left is more. Which is fine. Like, if that loop entertains you, then that's good. I think that the combat is entertaining, and I think it gets less interesting when your character gets good at it. And I think that the multiplayer is fun, but it's fun when you're... Like, if they had a mode where you couldn't level up, but started with a slightly better character, and, like, you had to survive for, I don't know, a month or something to then get airlifted out and get credits, I would actually be more interested in that game. Because, like, it's a bit too much of a grindy open world survival game, which a lot of people really like, but has never really been my bag. And, like, that's the thing, right? As S. Landrum says in YouTube chat, like, all of that is tweakable in the server settings. But, like, at the same time, I'm only willing to do that once every couple of years. And I have 70 hours in Project Zomboid, and I've enjoyed that time I've put into it. I don't want to do any more of it. This is kind of the problem. Like, I don't know. I think, like, it's too much of a game that I don't want and not enough of the game that I want. But even if it was more of the game that I want, I don't know if I would play it much. I don't know. It might just not be a game for me. Yeah, that's, like, up there with, like, No Man's Sky having to redo a huge series of patches because their office flooded. Didn't, like, Project Zomboid also have a fire at one point? I swear that there was something about that. I could be off base there. Mate, I would... If they took the Project Zomboid engine and made, like, The Sims, I might actually be all about that. Like, let me play all the characters. It was lit. I believe it, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of Project Zomboid, and I'll probably go back to it one day, but I need to be convinced that there's enough for me to enjoy on my own without having to be good at it. I don't know. I'm always going to be hesitant about open world survival crafting games because I've never found them to be particularly... They're never something that I've spent a lot of time with. And that's entirely me just being fickle. Considering I like watching it. It just looks like The Sims 1 to me. But I admittedly never saw the DS ports. Yeah, this is the one that sucks. Being disillusioned after being forced to endure the decay of a friend and now they're dwelling upon it. This dwarf's going to be in a tough way for a while, because, like, immediately upon joining the fort, they immediately had to go through that. Oh, also there's something I need to enable. Oh, no, never mind. I don't have it. Oh, there's something else I need to enable. Let's go here, scroll to the bottom. What, wait, is in the video game The Forest? And I've never played The Forest. There was a point where I was considering trying The Forest 2. And then didn't because everybody said it was bad. Or a lot of people said it was bad, maybe not everybody. Everybody's a bit of an exaggeration. Have I ever played games like ADOM or Rogue? I've played a little bit of Rogue, I never finished it. I did finish ADOM once, but I did it by cheating. I save scummed because... I don't know. I save scummed. That game is kind of unfair. In hindsight, I think I like that game a lot less. ADOM, I much prefer rogue variants over brogue. I think I prefer a little bit more streamlined stuff like Dungeon Mans over stuff like ADOM these days. And when it comes to rogue, I prefer games like Brogue, which have a little bit more puzzle to them and a more strategy and decision making. Like Rogue has strategy and decision making, but it's pretty simplistic. I much prefer the kind of like puzzle rooms of Brogue and like the like higher level decision making that some of the later Rogue derivatives had versus the original Rogue. Okay, so I need a forge. Metalsmith. Although, I was going to put it down here, wasn't I? Let's just make some blocks for a little bit. And just wait before I queue up a whole bunch of tasks. We're going to need to make drink in a little bit, though, but that's okay for the moment. So I can just kind of say, brew some drinks from fruits, please, on a lowish priority. Just get this stuff going. The reason I'm doing all these manually is because like we're running on very, very, very low supply and very, very low jobs. So I just want the jobs to cancel and disappear when they run out of stuff. Well, I mean, the first had more time to develop, right? Yosef Yostar. So it's always hard to follow up an early access game, especially with another early access game. Although, admittedly, I didn't play it, but people seem to like the follow-up to Grounded. So that game seems to have stuck the following up an early access game with an early access game issues, which I guess is good for Obsidian, staying employed. I'm going to throw down some more dirt roads, actually. Oh, I see. I was building two there. Unintentionally, but... Oh, I see the issue. It's that tile right there. Yeah, hasn't Dwarf just been on sale since, like, a couple days ago? I think I actually noticed a sale a few days ago, but I don't think it has actually been stated in the chat, and if it has, I haven't seen it. What, like the development history of Don't Starve, or like the lore of Don't Starve? Because I was unaware that Don't Starve had lore, but... Yes, it is the autumn sale. I mean, Wary Cannery, that's because they're owned by Tencent, right? Like, Clay was a Canadian studio, and now they're a Chinese studio. I personally will never forgive Clay for not giving us a sequel to Invisible Ink, their least successful franchise of games. But aside from that, I don't know. I played Don't Starve together a bit with some friends years ago, but I never really had the interest in streaming it. So to me, it was always just kind of a, yeah, it's a neat little game. I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know. I can't remember exactly when that buyout happened, but Clay was purchased by Tencent, and around that time that happened, like, their games kind of, I don't know, got very focused on, you know, the same things a lot of games are focused on, profit, money. Also, thanks, Clino, for doubling that up in the other chat as well. Krafton is a confusing company to me. for multitudes of reasons, but I also appreciate the likes, Darmond. Means a lot, mate. And thanks to everybody who watched the news video that I uploaded this morning. It's always nice to have videos do well out the gate. And shoutouts to Kit Fox for giving me that footage a day early so I could actually have, like, stuff ready the minute it went up. Transistor and Mark of the Ninja were fun games. Two completely different studios, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel kind of bad for these dwarves. But at the same time, there isn't a ton I can do until we get more dwarves. It's like I can't really give them too much time off. If I do, then I'm just going to run into issues eventually, but all I can really do is just hope we get more migrants. You know, oddly enough, I'm kind of surprised that we haven't gotten either another Mark of the Ninja or Shank game, but in, like, the structure of a Dead Cells. Like, I can't be the only person who's kind of surprised about this, you know? Like, to me, those two games are, like, they're kind of built for that. With only 8 dwarves? Yeah, it's going to be hard to go to war with my old fort with only 8 dwarves. You know, I would agree with you when it comes to something from, like, 25 years ago. But Shank ain't that old, man. Like, if they wanted to make a Shank 3, like, I'd be for it. It's just like, if they made a sequel to Pyre, that would be cool. All these games being mentioned you've never heard of. Mark of the Ninja and Shank were two platformers that Clay made before they made... What? Actually, Mark of the Ninja might have been after Don't Starve. That Clay made before they got bought, I guess. But Shank was before Don't Starve. Supergiant's Pyre, yeah. Like, I've been the person who's just, like, kind of annoyed about the fact that, like, Supergiant hasn't made a game that isn't Hades since Hades. I mean, I only ever played it on PC. Probably, Zachris. When did Shank release on PC? Well, Shank is $2.49 Canadian right now, which means it's like $1 US. 2010. So what, 15 years? Like, same era as, like, you know, your Battle Block Theaters of the world, or actually more your Castle Crashers of the world. Your Binding of Isaac, you know, Super Meat Boy, like that kind of era. Hello there. I can only read that in Star Wars voice. Mass. How are you doing, mate? Without using guides. I'll be honest with you, Oxygen Not Included, it made me feel too dumb to keep playing it. I kind of didn't like looking at it, was also kind of the problem. Like, Clay's art's pretty hit and miss for me. It either hits super hard or it's like, I don't like this. And that one kind of landed on the I don't like this area. And so the result for me was very much I kind of just don't want to, I don't want to look at this and I kind of don't want to play this. It's very much a me problem, not really a problem with the game, just a me problem. Why don't I... What do I have for blocks? And then I could just keep building this out, actually. And then we'll go out this way, and then I'll move some workshops up here. That's what I'll do. Just don't like the way it looks. I mean, there were some mechanical things that annoyed me about it that I liked more about other kind of colony builders. Like, it has a bit too much of a Lemmings-style approach. I don't know, some of the science experiments people were doing in that game was neat. I put a decent amount of time into it, but... Well, I mean, it depends on the game, Caribou. I think, like, if you do enough things differently than Dwarf Fortress, and if you're not just, like, trying to be Dwarf Fortress and not just trying to be RimWorld, I think that there's always a reason for those games to exist. But I think it's going to always be an uphill battle for them. And I think I've found things in those games that I've liked. Like, I like a lot of elements of Oxygen Not Included. It just made me feel too dumb, and I kind of just didn't want to do the puzzles. Like, it's a neat game, but it was too much of a thing that I don't need from a game like that. What's up, Wretched Television? What is up, Wretched Television? You arrived in time. You missed the annoyance from earlier and arrived in time for the entertainment of the fort. The irony is, though, this fort is actually going to be really boring until we get migrants. So that's the irony of it. There isn't going to be a lot going on until we get migrants. Soapmaker and Ashery. Soapmaker. You know, I could actually totally cram. Like, whoopsies. If I extend this by 1. I'm getting a phone call. Hold up. I don't believe any human being is going to be calling me from Toronto that isn't a scammer, so I will let them leave a message. Oh yeah, no, well, you either need to be exceptionally creative or watch a lot of tutorials. For Oxygen Not Included. And they left a message, so I guess it was important. It's also definitely a scammer. Really, for me, it's like, it's not Toronto specifically, usually. Okay, so now I can nuke that Ashery over there. Oh, certainly. Certainly anxiety producing. I mean, Dwarf Fortress can be anxiety producing. I think that kind of just comes with the genre, though, to a degree. And not all feedback is wanted or needed, was the other thing, Alfie. Some ads are about to start, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. I mean, that's the same for any complicated game, right? I mean, I stopped playing Kerbal pretty quickly because it made me feel dumb. And I'm sure that game becomes very chill once you're good at it. And an ad break. It's about your car's extended warranty. Usually it's about the bank account that I don't have that's an overdraft. Is usually the one I get. I don't think I've ever actually gotten one about... I've been getting some about home insurance. Although I also haven't gotten any in a minute, so I'm actually like mildly curious as to what that is. Because for a while there, I was getting all these scam calls from a fake Scotiabank that was like, you have a bank that's been overdrafted by $800 and you're about to get a ridiculous fee if you don't like pay it back, was the one I was always getting. But I think that's the thing with like Oni is interesting. Like it's a very different take on this style of game, like because it like was stated in chat, it is very much a puzzle game, I think, first. Do you have any tools in your area, Countryman? Like, is that topical? I think that what you need to realize about Dwarf Fortress, Patrick Witchy, or Patrick Twitchy, not Witchy, isn't that there's good stories going on that you're missing. Dwarf Fortress is a lot of Mad Libs. Like, you have to read into events a lot to get the stories out of it. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a medium in which makes it easier for the player to tell stories. And if you think about it kind of like that, it's impossible for you to miss the stories because they just weren't relevant to the story that you're telling. At least that's how I think about it. Yeah, I'll stream some more Songs of Six. Probably whenever there's another big patch. Although there's almost always a big patch, but specifically when there's a big patch, when I feel like playing it. Not that I take completely a miss of the scam. Yeah, it's just like me. I also was getting ones about like mortgage payments, which is like, oh boy, they're actually harvesting information from somewhere. You always get granny targeted scams because your middle name is very old fashioned. Really? Oh no, that sucks. Lag out. You know what's a scam that might actually work on me? Look at the YouTube chat talking about car insurance scams. Your bike has been found might actually get me. But it would get me enough to like walk into my living room and see my bicycle and be like, huh. Because I have a pretty expensive bike that's kind of irreplaceable because of how old it is. So that would get me. Currently getting those vacation scams? I can't afford to go on vacation. What's a vacation scam? Is that... Wait, hold on. I have to close my blinds, but... Isn't a vacation scam just going to Disney? Is it? Like... I'm gonna go close the blinds. Anyone who calls is a scammer by default. I have enough doctors that call me and enough random, well, not random, enough things that I need phone calls for that they're not always scams, but like 80% of the time they're scams. But I also don't have friends that call me. They DM me on Discord, generally. Even my little sister DMs me on Discord. I received Discord DMs about a wedding. Like... Who makes calls? I mean, my mom texts, and sometimes I just call my mom because, like, she texts in a way that is unintentionally very passive-aggressive without realizing it, so I always get worried she's mad at me. And, doesn't send a text. She sends 15 texts that could have been one text. Some of my mods do, Elfie. Like, I was talking with somebody in person relatively recently, and I got a text message, and I went, oh, I got a text, weird, who's texting me? And then a second text came in, I was like, huh. Third text came in, I'm like, I think it's my mom. The person I was talking with was like, how do you know? It's like 3 texts back to back. I was right. What are we currently working on? There's a lot of felling trees. Let's make wooden cabinet. And wooden chests. Let's do... just 30, that'll be plenty. Out of whatever. Actually, let's do them out of apple wood if I can. Don't have enough applewood. Have plenty of willow. Tons of willow. Okay, let's do the the chests out of applewood, and we'll just make 20. And the cabinets, let's do out of hazel. We'll do 20. Well, I haven't gone to any festivals with Elfie where like we need to find each other in a busy city at 1 o'clock in the morning after the festival is over. Yeah, and Ostronauts has been in my library for a while. Kelpie in YouTube chat. It's something we'll get into eventually. It's on the eventually list. Probably when it releases, most likely. And then chat can just tell me what to do. You could have your artifact vault suspended in the air by a support and then pressure plate that causes it to collapse if the enemy walks on it. Why don't you just put like a statue up there instead of an artifact? I'm not even counting packs, Elfie. Generally, like, if my mods have my numbers, though, or have my phone number, it's usually 0. Felix, 0 falling off the cliff. Usually if somebody I know through Twitch has my number, it's because I've roomed with them. Like, I've roomed with them at a TwitchCon or a PAX or an unrelated festival or something. That's usually why. I don't really give my number out. Discord's plenty. So they don't get stolen? I almost always don't bother making a vault because I almost always just don't allow visitors, so they're just kind of a non-issue from the get-go. Just not allowing visitors removes that problem. What's the best wood? Like the best color of wood? I think in this map right now, it's probably apple wood. It's like this kind of dark brown. It's like a chocolate color. How do you deny visitors? So this is my tavern, I think. I think this is the tavern. Yeah, no, this is a guild hall. That's my temple. Okay, where did I put the tavern? I think I have it. Yeah, this is my tavern. The way you, sorry, I forgot it was just like a line on the ground. The way you disallow guests is you go here, you click this magnifying glass. This is the default. All visitors welcome. This is the middle one. Citizens and long-term residents only. Most of the public zones, so like libraries, taverns, public temples, guild halls have the option, but it's not enabled by default. Have that on. And if you allow that, then you'll get visitors. If you just disable that, then you don't get visitors. Until they rebalance guests, I don't like having visitors. Like, honestly, I really hate it, actually. I think it's a very painfully unfinished mechanic. And no problem. Happy to help. I think I'm going to build I think I'm going to put some time aside for these dwarves right now, and we're going to build a slightly better tavern. Because this is just ooh, we can try some almond. What do almond logs look like? Or almond blocks, I guess. You've heard them. I really like them as a mechanic. The problem is the thieves. The thieves completely negate my interest in having any visitors because they just make the game annoying. They don't add anything that's like beneficial to the game, fun, or good for the game. And it just makes things worse. I don't like mechanics that make my game less fun to play. So I usually just disable them when I find them annoying. It's the reason that towards the end, before they removed the Cavern Invaders, I just had them turned off because I was like, I just don't want to deal with this. It really isn't too much more to think about it. I like the in-worlds ones, like the scholars and the bards and the pilgrims and all those, but like before the Villains Part 1 update was added, which was in 2021, I think. 2021? Sounds right. Visitors were primarily just random bards and stuff and monster hunters and things. And every now and again, you'd get somebody who was like kind of sus and they would like not really do much. They would just kind of hang around and just be kind of sus the whole time. And that was like kind of amusing, but like maybe not a great mechanic, I guess. And now we're in this situation where instead of just having the occasional group come through that's kind of sus, you just have constant people that come through that are just fucking obnoxious because literally every single quote-unquote evil entity in the entire world just immediately sends every single one of their little duders to come steal your stuff the literal second that an artifact is made, and I don't find that's not fun. I don't mind my shit getting stolen. I don't want all of my stuff to get stolen with every single visitor. Like, the last fort I had visitors enabled for a minute there, and literally every single visitor I had, because I interrogated every single one that showed up, was acting on plots and schemes from some evil entity somewhere in the world that was trying to steal my stuff. Every single one. And it's like, what's the point of acknowledging a mechanic if all that they're there to do is make your life harder? See, here's the thing, though, Wretched Television. I agree with that, but I think it's only a punchline when it's a punchline. This is every line in the script. You know? Like, I like the idea of, like, people coming and trying to steal your items. That's cool. I don't like every single visitor from every single place who happens to wander past your fortress being there to steal your items. That's just repetitive and boring. They don't. Like, so if you look at Legends, lol, sorry, your name's hard to say. If you look at Legends, artifact is made. The same day, every single necromancer in the entire world tells their lieutenant that they need to go steal that item, and they claim it from afar. If you like it, literally, that's the way it's balanced. Basically, like it was a mechanic that was added that was intended to be expanded upon, and that currently, I think in the to-do list, it's going to be expanded on after the siege stuff. So we're a ways off. 100% penultimate. And I'll acknowledge that mechanic when it gets a rebalance. Until then, like I would rather have no visitors than have to deal with like the absurdity. Because I'd rather like usually my artifacts are, if they're constructible, getting constructed in offices, or they're getting assigned to dwarves that need them or deserve them, or they're getting used as part of my military. And the worst thing ever is like going through and like meticulously assigning 15 different artifact spears to your military, and then 4 of them getting stolen all simultaneously by different guys that barely even walked into the map, that you didn't even see enter the map because there's 150 notifications going on at any given time. And then none of your military equips their weapon. You have to redo all of your uniforms. Like, and you don't know where they went anyway because the game doesn't really expose that information very well. Like, it's a neat idea for a mechanic that I want to see expanded. But I'm just not going to really participate in it until it gets expanded. I mean, even that's fine, but then you just get random... Okay, here's the other issue, right? The visitors can come to your fort and make your dwarves side with them, which is fine. That's cool. That's a neat idea. But if half of your dwarves are signed with a different guy, and then a goblin army walks in that happens to be on a different side with that one guy, and then he gets killed by the goblin army, and then all your dwarves start fighting with each other because that guy died to the goblin army that they were all now working for. I just, you know, people complain about a lot of bugs in Dwarf Fortress. I think what bothers me isn't necessarily the bugs. It's the mechanics that are just very clearly unfinished. And that's just the way I feel whenever I mess around with any of the villain stuff, is like, I remember when it was added, I know it was promised, and it feels unfinished. And I don't really have much interest in participating in those systems until they feel more finished. Oh no, certainly. That's not enough, Feminoir. And that's not the majority of the time. If I allow visitors and every single visitor is there to steal my stuff, I don't care. It's not balanced. It doesn't feel balanced. I don't want to participate in it, and my statement stands. Like, everything you're saying is correct, yeah. There's sometimes a pop-up that announces that somebody was skulking around and was caught in the act. And then they go, I will live to fight another day, and then they make a triumphant exit. That's fun. But that's not the majority, right? So I don't know. I digress. I don't allow visitors and won't allow visitors, and I have no interest in allowing visitors because I don't want to, I can't be asked and won't be until that mechanic is fleshed out and makes more sense. No, none of it is, right? Because it wasn't complete in the older versions when it was first added. And it, like, actually, hold on a second. I can do a thing real quick. bay12games.com. Actually, now let's just go to Steam. Dwarf Fortress. So this is the Dorfus Fortis. The Fortis the Dorfus Steam page. If I go to No! Why am I doing this? Scroll like a normal person. This. Before the Steam version, Tarn was working on various features like villains. This is what we're talking about. Villains. Army warfare, civilizations, etc. Villains is the partially implemented mechanic. Feel free to sample them out and put them into your ROM hack. Tiny. I really liked visitors when they were mostly harmless and occasionally caused chaos when a were creature appeared. I think, like, in order for me to like visitors in World Gen, I would have to disable lieutenants and disable I think it's there's something you can disable in villains that in the advanced World Gen settings that like nerfs that. I think it's the lieutenants, right? Siege stuff was the end of it. Was in the army arc, or when they were still doing arcs, Clino. But I don't know. Like, it is very much one of those mechanics where I like visitors. I like the bards. I miss the bards, actually. I like the mercenaries. I like the monster hunters. All that stuff's fun. I really, 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 really don't like the thieves. So yeah, I guess if I went into World Gen and disabled lieutenants, I could actually have visitors that I could tolerate. I mean, I get those once in a while, but half the time those are also thieves, right? Enemy? Like, I don't know about you, but I still get those sometimes. Okay, actually, I'm just going to move those. Oh, actually, one of them is tame. Because this one's semi-wild. You're tame, you're tame, you're tame. For me, it's interrogate and arrest, but yeah, Zachris. Wait, which menu? This menu? YouTube chat, this menu? But like, I just got a request from YouTube chat. How did I get to that menu? You're going to need to be a little bit more descriptive as to which menu you're talking about. that they're a leveled schemer. It's funny that you can check that, but also the ones I like, Crumpus, are the ones that are just like, I'm a bard, and they're in a full suit of armor and also a zombie and have no music skill. Like, I don't know, that shit's funny to me. Like, there is some like, if that was the anomaly and not the norm, I would like that. That would be fun, you know? Like, if I'm gonna throw a number out here. If once a year in-game, maybe every other year, I got a villainous actor that was trying to steal my stuff that looked completely out of place and silly. It's like, you know, just fucking a Cyclops shows up and says that I'm a dwarf named Eurist. That would be pretty funny. Or even just like a zombie's just like, I am the legendary poet, Eshtov Dumbfuckle. And that would also be fun. Like, I'm here for that. I like that kind of nonsense, but yeah, I hit Z on on the keyboard to pop up the zones screen, or you can click it down here. Then you just select the zone and you click the little plus symbol, and then that allows you to send animals to a place. And with this would allow me to put animals in a cage. So anytime a sneezing gets stolen, you know, I tried that a couple of times, and two things happened, Krampus. One, well, actually what I did once was I made my tavern my barracks. And so I just always had soldiers training in my tavern and then put all the artifacts in the tavern. That worked pretty well. And then eventually what ended up happening was like a dude who's been in the tavern for a really long time, who's not on the side of the evil actors trying to steal my stuff, but has still been in my tavern for a really long time, is kindred spirits with half my fort. Then my murder stabs him to death immediately upon him, like, trying to steal my, I don't know, great, like, spear of stabbing. And then everybody in my entire fort just, like, fucking kills that dude. Like, I don't know. To me, it's like, it's not worth the stress of trying to manage it, and it's too annoying when it happens. Like, it just needs a rebalance for me to be able to acknowledge it. And yeah, there are ways to manage it. That was not a good one, by the way. It's just making your tavern also your barracks. My prison was also my tavern, so like that was and Eurist, Krampus. You could theoretically use trapdoors, but like they would need to be discovered, and they might actually still not be listed as hostile. So like it would just trap anything that walked through it. To me, honestly, the easiest way to do it is to just, like, if you want to allow prisoners, have a really long, or allow visitors like this, have a really long hallway out the back of your, like, barracks with your captain of the guard training in it. And then at the end of the really long hallway, put your artifacts, and then put a bunch of dogs in that room. Like war dogs. The war dogs will expose them and attack the thing, and usually they won't make it out alive. And the result is you'll just have a bunch of sad dwarves who are upset that someone's stealing your artifacts. Unless it's one of your dwarves stealing the artifact, in which case then they'll just grab it and the dogs will be like, oof! And then they'll do nothing about it. And then you have to, you know, stop it. I don't know. It's just, there's enough like half-built mechanics in there that it's just kind of annoying to deal with. But I'll be honest, at this point, Bestoist, I've done so little actual experimenting with it in the last 2 years that probably, but I don't know how consistent any of them would be. You're tame, you're tame, you're tame. Sweet. And that piglet's just semi-wild. Just needs to be trained. Okay. Make wooden blocks. You're making cherry wood blocks. We'll get you making wooden blocks again. Let's just go around the edges of this. Just trying to get walls up for this. I just want the walls to be consistent in their coloring. I'm not caring too much about anything else here, really. This is going to be my tavern. Then I need to go 1 level up because, well, I need to be 1 level up so I can put a roof on it. Now I get to decide how I want to do this roof. I think I'll probably do this. Oopsies. That was not what I wanted. I think that there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that are better because Dwarf Fortress is balanced really weirdly. I don't think that even Dwarf Fortress is immune to mechanics becoming annoying due to not being balanced well. And the thieves were very interesting for the first year they were in the game, but I was already tired of them before Dwarf Fortress released on Steam. Like, I was no longer interested in playing with that mechanic before Dwarf Fortress released on Steam. By the time it released on Steam, I was already like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. And it hasn't changed. There's no digging for it. You're gonna use a lot of trees. I mean, ironically, like, this faction... So, the actual point of this fort is to be on the back foot and then go to war with my old faction, who's at war with literally everybody. I am actually allied with the nearest elven faction. So... that means that they're going to give me a lot of leeway. I don't know if we'll end up going to war with the elves. I did in the last fort. It's not the priority. That's not the goal. The actual goal is to throw a middle finger at my old fort. But if you actually, like, I've just been kind of, like, waiting for time to pass so we can get some migrants, hopefully in the spring. But this faction has a trend, which I think is really funny. He thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. A lot of these dwarves think that knowledge is a delusional fantasy. So to me, these dwarves are just a bunch of Luddites. That's my headcanon anyway. I haven't looked into this faction's gods too much. I made a tin pillar. By mistake. Whoops. It's fun when art imitates reality, hey, Mooncat? But no, I mean, this is more just like a construction challenge for me personally and like a mechanical puzzle. It's not really like a middle finger to the elves in any way. I mean, I'm sure like half the people in chat probably think, oh, he's just trying to piss off the elves. Like, well, I mean, if that happens, it happens, but that's not really the intent of the playthrough. The intent of the playthrough is to take over my old fort on the back foot. That's the intent. One giant snail gave you 24 shells. I mean, Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have a way of telling you it's giving you pieces of shells, but that must have been a big snail, man. All right, we're in an ad break. I will leave the game paused until the ads are done. I will also move the tavern down and into here now that the walls are up. I mean, this isn't a no medals playthrough. I am allowed medals. I'm just not doing anything with them unless I am acquiring them from offsite. Sure. Generic dwarf. Oh, it'll happen, Hanyak. It'll happen. It'll take a little while, but it'll happen. Maybe not full steel, but at the very least, like, steel weapons. I mean, you don't really need full steel. Iron armor is more than sufficient. It's more about steel weapons. What I'm hoping is that these giant burbs leave so that I can, well, maybe not leave. I'm going to go kill those giant burbs with my legendary Marks Dwarf, and who's a hunter. And hopefully we can get some more giant alligators on the map, and hopefully they try to attack me, because I would very much appreciate an army of giant alligators. I think that would be fun. Oh, no, totally. I mean, iron isn't iron isn't going to be a problem. Getting set up enough to be able to fight for said iron is going to take a bit. But yeah, no, I mean, creative solutions to solve normal problems is going to be the kind of crux of this fort, really. And also, it's going to be a lot harder to manage a fort like this once sieges get remade. So, you know, this is also like partially I don't know how doable this will be post-siege stuff. But we'll actually have to see. Maybe it'll make these more interesting. I also, it really does prove just like how little adventure mode some people play, because more than 40% of most Dwarven factions populations live above ground, which I think is just really funny. Like the number of times you'll see people that are just like, that's not very dwarfy. It's like, well, I mean, you do realize that all the helixes are above ground, right? You realize this. Like, just because you don't know anything about Dwarven culture doesn't mean it's not dwarfy. Yeah, it's gonna be neat. Marks Dwarves only? I mean, no? Why? I mean, combination of everything. I'm not allowed to dig. What does that have to do with Marks Dwarves? Marks Dwarves are really strong. We've, like, confirmed this. I simply have one dwarf who's doing some hunting for me because it's a convenient way to get a bit of food. Oh, I'll just reiterate this. I have zero plans to do any specific challenges when the Siege releases onto Steam. Until I've like figured out all the things. I mean, initially it's just gonna be big armies, big sieges. Let's go. Let's see what this game can do. Play everything with the intended rule set and just see how bad things can get. But yeah, I have no specific thoughts on any of like whether or not this will be harder with or without. I mean, we don't know what they're going to be capable of doing, really. So it's kind of hard to say. It's the yeah, I don't know. Until we actually see the reality of what that update is going to be, I think speculating is still a little silly. I mean, we've seen what stuff looks like aesthetically, but we still have way more questions than answers. Me too. I also can't wait. Very exciting. Like, I'm sure we'll figure out ways of gimmicking the new systems too. I mean, like, that's literally what people who play video games like this do. So they've spent all this time making a new challenge for us, and we're going to be like, okay, how do we break it? Thanks for the new toy. Now, excuse me while I pour this paint all over it. Not to be weird, Famine War, but isn't Melee only how, like, 99% of dwarves play? Like, ignoring the silliness of, like, the no-hit comment that you made, but, like, isn't that legitimately how, like, the vast majority of people play this game? It's just Melee only? Oh, you meant fists only. Okay, fair enough. Only wrestling. Only W's. I might put another floor on this eventually. Yeah, let's just do this. Closest material. Let's actually put these on this side. Yes, but set that to 0 for the moment. I don't want to have to worry about handing out drinks. I also can't click properly, apparently. Oh, no, that's just still technically outside. Like, why did that not work? It's because it's outside. Are there nest boxes for the geese? No, because I don't really need extra food, and I don't really want them breeding, and the dwarves have too much work already. I have 8 dwarves, and literally I'm having a hard time getting, like, the basic tasks done. I don't need them also to be worrying about collecting eggs. Yeah, no, thrones and, like, a lot of indoor furniture needs to be under a roof. But yeah, Celestine, not a priority at the moment. I have done shields-only forts in regards to melee only. It's actually really quite funny doing shields-only forts, because the usual result is... the usual result of only using shields in forts is dwarves end up very, 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 very extremely, stupidly, silly good at miscellaneous object, because apparently a shield is a miscellaneous object. So everybody just ends up being extraordinarily good at miscellaneous, like, wielding miscellaneous object as a weapon, which is very funny, because then they also get really good at, like, picking up random objects and throwing them, grabbing random objects and beating things over the head with them, grabbing a sock off of a goblin and beating them with that. And so you end up with some really weird weapons. And they're pretty effective, just not very effective on, like, Forgotten Beasts and Titans. But, like, shields against, like, goblins, as long as they're made of metal, pretty good. I mean, if you're playing the game well, you're not going to run into too many tavern brawls. I actually don't think that fort got any. Because the last time I did that was... I did a fort, which I can't remember the name of, that was made, like, only shields until I had artifacts. And then I had another one that was just only shields. And the one that was just only shields, I don't think I had a single tavern brawl, actually. That fort went pretty smoothly. Not as a bludgeoning weapon. So in YouTube chat, wooden shields are just as effective as metal ones at blocking. That's it. But if you're talking about, like, a bludgeoning weapon, you want a heavy material. And wood isn't that heavy. Like, yeah, there's heavier woods than other woods, but, like, no, you want, like... You need more than just, like, something that's good at blocking. But, like, a wooden shield can block dragon fire. But if you get hit in the head with a steel shield, it's going to hurt a lot more than if you get hit in the head with a wooden shield. Like, I've seen people, like, dwarves get their necks broken by getting hit with a steel shield. Coins. Ilmirin. Just leave coins everywhere. What, laughing? Or thinking that all of your dwarves were getting bit to death? Shineon. Or Shinobi. I don't know how the heck I screwed up your name there, but what? You have a good day at work, mate. Don't work too hard. Yeah, and like Mark Gordon in YouTube chat says, lol, socks and stones as weapons. I mean, it's like the fastest way for a bronze colossus to become a non-issue for your dwarves is just simply hope that it equips a piece of clothing as a weapon, because then suddenly it's like it does no damage when it hits your dwarves. It'll knock them over and send them flying for sure, but it just won't. It'll stop insta-gibbing them essentially, which is kind of what you want to have happen. If you put a roof over an outdoor building, will dwarves get sensitive to sunlight? I can't confirm or deny this because I've had mixed results with it myself. So that's one of those, like, I don't actually know. I know you have to remove the flooring first, like the ground first. Like if there's still dirt there, you have to remove that. I honestly don't know. Shoutouts to this person in YouTube comments who's just like, this is the scariest thing I've seen all season. Mate, October started like not even 24 hours ago. Oh yeah, I mean, throwing is still ridiculously strong. Faminoir. That hasn't really changed much. I mean, still like the fastest way to train throwing in adventure mode is also still just make a macro to pick up sand and throw it at a tree and then just press play a bunch of times and walk away. But, you know, if they're walking to an outdoor building outdoors, that's usually enough that they don't get sensitive to sunlight. I've tried. The thing was named, so they're refusing to use it. But decorate item with teeth hasn't cleaned up those teeth. They were from a giant wild boar. That is a whole lot of plants. Did something happen to our civ? So this will happen to you if you play multiple forts in one world. There are certain times of year where if you settle, it completely throws off the in-game scripting of like when your guaranteed migrants arrive, and you don't start getting normal migrant waves until you've gotten your first 2 guaranteed migrant waves. We got 1. I haven't gotten the second one because we missed it in like the first year. So I'm presuming I'll either get one this spring sometime or sometime in summer and things will be normal. I've had a couple forts like this recently where it's like the 3rd or 5th fort that I've done in a world where it's like you just don't really get migrants for the first 2 years. It's a little annoying, but it's probably not the civ. But I was kind of expecting that to happen with this one. It's just a little ironic and hysterical that the first migrant wave we got was 3 dwarves. I don't know. I'm not trying to make cliffhangers. I mean, there's a giant sponge down here. It's more of a cliff faller if you're a dwarf than a cliff hanger. I guess you'd need a cliff coat for that, you know? It's like an anime bit.
Never fight a man who's been throwing sand for a year.
Just saying. Just don't do it. He'll throw sand at you real good. I mean, we've still got time. We don't have a release date for any of that stuff. It's just footage. And not even that much. When I was told that they had footage that they could give me a day early, I was kind of sad to see it was only 30 seconds. I can't be the only person who thinks that that's like kind of not a lot, but anyways. I kind of am building down into the cliff because sand is down here. I mean, eventually this will become like a huge glass structure, ideally, is kind of the idea that's slowly going to come to fruition in this fort. That is not the tool I wanted. But it's going to take a little while for us to get there, at least presuming we get like a decent number of dwarves by the end of this season, because currently we're still like super short. And that's not me just saying that my dwarves are short. I get it, dwarves are short, but like, you know what I mean. You don't need to collect sand from a floor. You can collect sand from a wall. Here, I'll show you. I just haven't been doing it because we don't really have much population and there isn't a ton of reason to do it. But like, if you go to the sand zone right here, and you click over the wall, this is the number of sand tiles that are available to be gathered. So there's a total of 5 places we can gather sand from. And then here I can just say, collect sand. I don't actually know if I have an open bag. I might not. No, I don't. I don't have a free bag. But if I had a free bag, I could say collect sand. Yeah, it's a major cliff with a... it's a major river. with a waterfall going into it. I recently found out that one of your granduncles was a real expedition leader who helped found a city here in the Brazil. Well, that's kind of cool. Is there like... I don't know how well documented history is in that part of the world at all. I was going to say, is there like family trees stuff in libraries, but... Or like in the history of the city? I mean, that's kind of cool. Family history is always fun to discover. I mean, admittedly, it took me a while to figure it out. And the way I figured it out, actually, Kylon, was I was collecting from a stairwell, and then I built over the stairwell with stone stairs, and then realized that the dwarves were continuing to... How do I put this? The dwarves were continuing to do the gathering jobs from that spot after forgetting that I hadn't deleted that spot. Like, I thought that I'd gotten rid of that spot at that point. Hoping the dwarf will go hunt. Or socialize. Sure. Fine. Yeah, I don't know. I mean... Is there a chance that you're overworking your dwarves? Like, that would be my immediate suspicion in that case. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean... It's always hard to tell. And DF Hack doesn't make it easier to tell, like, what is actually causing the issue in a lot of those cases. And those doors built. I mean, the stuff about the game is changing, so that would be part of the reason why we still learn new things about the game, but I don't know how much we're actually learning at this point. It depends on what you're referring to, Kylan, I guess. Does sand ever get depleted? No. Not currently. At some point it might, but no. For the moment, it do not. I love how this dwarf's a legendary stonecrafter already. Like, this fort's a little silly in the way it's progressing. Like, I've got some pretty advanced dwarves that, like, I kind of have no business having. But, you know. Also, chat, you guys want to know something kind of cool? I'm only $5 away from the daily minimum. Neat. Thanks, chat. Appreciate you guys. For as divisive as the start of the stream has been today, you guys have made today pretty cool. I mean, I apparently, like, informed somebody through one of my VODs, Kylon, like 3 days ago, because I saw the comment pop up, that noise was removed from the game, like, a decade ago, and they're like, how am I only just learning this now? I've been playing since version 37, like, there's been noise in the game. I'm like, I'm sorry. Yeah. But no, I mean, I still have stuff to learn. I still learn things, like, with relative frequency. And every now and again, like... And, like, I've said this before, but, like, it's the reason I like this game so much. It's because the reason I like this game so much is I still learn things. If I wasn't still learning this, if I wasn't still learning stuff, it wouldn't intrigue me and keep me hooked as long as it has. Okay, so there's one thing in Dwarf Fortress that causes noise. Read hyena. Mining. So, like, I realize I'm not allowed to mine in this, but I'm allowed to draw just to show you guys something. Okay, so, like, let's say this is a workshop, okay? This is a dwarf's bedroom. This dwarf will not get bothered by this workshop because the workshop doesn't produce any noise and hasn't produced any noise since version 44, as far as I know, maybe even longer. However, the code is still there, so they could re-enable it. But the way it works right now, if they were to enable noise, you would probably get, according to Platinum, dozens of Forgotten Beasts a year, because Forgotten Beasts are attracted by noise. And that would also work against the wildlife agitation on the surface, because that is also worked against noise. What does cause noise is a dwarf physically mining through the wall causes noise. So if there's a bedroom here and a dwarf is sleeping here, actually, if this is a hallway that's being dug and there's a bedroom here and a dwarf is sleeping here and Urist Pixelot is mining right here, this dwarf will be annoyed with the noise. But once this is mined out, it'll never happen again. But it is like one of the most most repeated inaccurate mechanics in the game. I mean, hey, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with designing your forts that way, because I think that does result in more interesting fort designs, Kylon. But you don't need it. That's why like one-tile maps work just fine. But no, I mean, like, I've discussed this with Putnam in, like, the interviews I've done with her as well. Like, it is still a mechanic that they intend to re-add, but they are not going to do it until it makes some more sense and is balanced around the current difficulty mechanics, because most of the difficulty mechanics in the game right now require how do I put this? Most of the mechanics around the game's difficulty at the moment require the game to not punish you for making a lot of noise. Because if they re-enable a lot of that stuff, the few things that do cause noise would just break the game, more or less. Why are they all like clumped up in a corner here? It's all there, it's just commented out, Kylon. Like, all of the code for it is still there. It's just commented out. Like, noise, quote unquote, is what causes the untamed wilds to attack you. You know, so things like construction and digging, chopping down trees, causes things to attack you. Which is really funny to me because, like, when Steam version of Dwarf Fortress first released, fishing would, like, cause untamed wilds to attack you, like, immediately. Praise the fucking mountain home. And that makes me wonder, did fishing create a lot of noise? I mean, I'd need to go back to, like, version 50 to look, but, like... I have a feeling as well, Jasper, that while you might say that, I think it doesn't matter what the number is. I think, like, if you have 80 workshops on a cavern layer, all producing a noise that will make a Forgotten Beast attack you, I don't know, 1% more often, and then you build another 200, then you're getting, like, you see what I mean? Like, I think, like, the game is just, like, designed around certain difficulty factors right now that'll need to be changed and rebuilt during the world rewrites in order for that mechanic to function in a playable sense. I see what you're saying. I don't think it matters. Does that make sense? Putnam explained it pretty well the one time I talked to her about it, but that was a while ago. Because something that Putnam mentioned when she first started working on Dwarf Fortress is that she went around and, like, enabled a bunch of stuff in dev builds of the game that have been commented out that, like, were mechanics at one point or, like, were partially built mechanics and never got implemented. And, like, has said as much that, like, you think you want it, you don't. Like, it needs to be rebuilt. And that was one of the ones that came up in that discussion. Let's see how many migrants we get. Hold on. Who was it that requested? Tarantos, you're still here, yeah? Yeah. Wait, what kind of dwarf would you like? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hallelujah. Now, if I get any more than that, I officially need to start making more bedrooms. Hold up. I'm just going to set that pony to be turned into scrumptious, delicious biscuits. Well, you'll fit right in. 20. 21. I did sell the mountain home a giant wild boar. Well, I can go enable the thing again. Okay, somebody with a beard. I don't know. You kind of have quite a few options here. I mean, look, quite a few options. No, I mean, like, I agree with you from, like, the in the layman's sense, Jasper. Like, it seems like something that would be really easy to re-add, but, like, I think, like, on one hand, yeah, it would be really easy to re-add it and just, like, rebalance it slightly to make it make some more sense, but I think it would cause more problems than it's worth. Sort of like, Here's an example of this, actually. The Cavern Invaders that they added? Neat idea. Could be really cool. The default numbers were kind of fucked. But even if you nerf them down to almost nothing, they're still kind of fucked. And I think sometimes it's more than just turning up and down the numbers and more of a rethinking of how the whole mechanic works. I have a cook. The Zan? I mean, that's not a man bun, that's a lady with a bun. That's just a bun. But I can give you that dwarf if you like it. So Tyrantos just wants a dwarf with a beard. I will give you the furnace op. Oh wait, you said stack good? It was stack good. No, blacksmith works. And thank you for waiting. I literally didn't have dwarves. He is friendly and always tries to say nice things to others, and he has a strong tendency towards privacy. He's not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. Now, I realize that this is going to be some psychological trauma YouTube, but you can do it. The first person to say, I heart elves with a heart emoji, can name a dwarf. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he is quick to anger, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and he often feels discouraged. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and acts with compassion, and is conflicted by this since he sees these tendencies as impotent on the quest for power, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He can handle stress and likes to brawl, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. This dwarf seems kind of like a dwarf that I should throw into hunting for a bit. See how they do. He personally respects power and finds introspection to be a waste of time. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes tin, faint yellow diamond, the color brown, gauntlets, quivers, and the words of the tresses of prophecy, and the sound of the pedal of phrasing. I almost wanted to read that as phasing, but and when possible, prefers to consume maize flour, pendant amaranth. He prefers to consume opa, which is what is that, actually? O-P-A-H? I feel like I've been over this one before. Cuttlefish, lychee wine, maize flour, pendant amaranth seeds, and hates mussels. Has a low voice with a medium-length beard. Worships the god Ibrook. Ibrook, the law, and the Dwarf one. You're a member of the Rainy Quarters, of course, and the Communion of Ash. Ibrook is, oopsies, me deleting the zone after I clicked it, is what it is. Temple, Ibrook. The god of death, probably. Yep. The Ashen. The god of death. It is a fish? Okay, that's what I thought. S. Landrum. Works for me. Legolas is Bay. A+. What kind of dwarf would you like to name? Just a beard or no beard, and if you have a preference of this list here that you see, let me know. I have another dwarf to name first, though. Elf wants the cook, named Elf. It's just a bun, not a man bun, you know? Anyway, Alf is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She is confident under pressure and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is slow to anger and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She becomes very rigid when she is angry, and she begins to speaking in monotone whenever she is angered, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She's dreams of raising a family and personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. Doesn't care about nature one way or another. Doesn't see the cooperation as valuable. Doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. What is wrong with you? And doesn't care about art one way or another. Oh, I know. I know. Ilmirin, I know. S. Laudrum wants to be the baby. So I only have a child that's unnamed. The baby is biologist. Why is the land rum always gone? Your mom and dad both live here, which means you have a full family. You just got here. You are 8 years old. You have no siblings. You are a member of the Creed of Urns, also worshipping the god of death, but a different religion related to the god of death. He can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He's very trusting and he tends to be wasteful when working on projects. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and has an active imagination. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to avoid crowds, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he has a calm demeanor, and he is quite polite. He always snaps his fingers when he's greeting somebody, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally views cooperation as a low ideal not worthy of any respect, values power, values peace over war, and finds friendship burdensome. Yes, the biologist, ADJ. Likes alabaster, sterling silver, rose quartz, dingo leather, gems, rings, chains, and mangroves for their roots, and the sound of the petals of phrasing, and when possible prefers to consume elk bird, you'll never get that, I'm sorry, peach, banana beer, and cave wheat seeds, and absolutely hates snails. You know, I used to really like eating wheat seeds when I was younger, because my mom used to mill, like, wheat for bread. She'd buy, like, unmilled flour grains and mill it in this big mill that we had, and I would just, like, sit there and just, like, chew on the seeds. I'd be like, stop it! Good times. Are you also 8 years old? Because if so, I'm afraid you can't watch this stream, Landrum. But I'm glad it's a 1-to-1 match. I mean, right now you're still a baby, so maybe once you can walk separately from mom, you can play with that other dwarf, ADJ. I feel like I'm going to have to be very careful about protecting the children in this map, purely based on that. But now we have more hands to get constructions done and everything, which is good. We also are desperately going to actually, well, maybe not desperately, we are actually going to need a much larger variety of food. I'm also going to go into here. I'm going to go labor and I'm going to go kitchen. And I'm going to enable a bunch of things for cooking. Because most of my food right now is coming from me just like going outside and collecting it, we're going to stop brewing our beer and all of our alcohol. And we're going to start brewing all of the seeds. Because like, right, actually, I'm going to start like working on a supply of rope reed seeds. But that's maybe it. Everything else can just like get milled up. Yeah. Can all just get milled up. Yes, but you might get a vengeful, monstrous, evil spirit in the interim. Well, all of the kids in the fort are in the pasture. Actually, sorry. No, wait, we do actually have one kid. I can make that joke. The kids are in the pasture outside. That's also the 16th of Slade, Jody. No, you can put the body back in the coffin. You just have to reassign it to that dwarf in the new location. Or if it's in the same location, you just need to put the new coffin in and they'll move the body. Like, the body should come out of the coffin if the coffin is deconstructed, if that's what you're asking. Okay, I have a question for you. Have you deconstructed the coffin? Because if the answer is no, like, the body should just come out of the coffin when you deconstruct it. If it hasn't come out of the coffin, that's weird. This is a strange conversation. I'm gonna make some cheese. Ah, okay, so you do make meals. Let's make some more meals, actually. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to deconstruct one of these and put a carpenter. Ooh. Shop probably up here. I mean, not birchen blocks up there, but stick with the cherry for the walls. And this down here is all alder. All there ever was. I only have 2 alder blocks. Oh well. What did I say out of context? The whole thing with the coffins? Oh yeah, no, I mean that's a given. Let's be honest. That's just a given. Comes with the territory of doing this job. People are going to clip things out of context. Let's just go grab more of these. Let's clear out that half now that I actually have more people that can do it. And then you, Tyrantos, I'm actually going to give hunting. Let's see how many more bedrooms I need. Probably a lot, actually, right? Okay, not as many as I thought, but I'm going to need more anyway. Which is why this is what we're going to need to work on next. Well, I mean, you'll be a Grand Hunter until you get mauled to death by, like, you know, the first giant creature that sees you. Or no, not rock. Wooden blocks. Let's just make 1,500. I'll just pause them when they've been making them long enough. I'm also going to move that Boyer's shop. I kind of want to move a lot of stuff right now, but this is all going to take time. At least I was able to get, like, this stuff moved over here. So now I can just be like, make light, if I have any. Nope. All right, well, over here. Yo, make ash. Let's make 20. Over here. Make lie. 20. Make soap from tallow. 20. It'll take time, but they'll get to it. Where'd that blood come from? There was just suddenly blood in the middle of everything? Yes, I do have a ranger guild. No. Yes. It's not very high value, but it is a ranger guild. Wait, really? That is weird. I wonder if are there saplings or anything? Like, will more stuff grow? That is actually kind of bizarre. I'm just gonna bring down that bauxite. I imported some bauxite, so we use that. Let's just go with applewood. Do non-citizen dwarves not listen to borough orders? They don't listen to borough orders. This drives me nuts. It's been driving me nuts for a while. All you can really do is lock them in. when bauxite was the only magma safe rock in the game. Wasn't there more than one? I seem to recall obsidian being magma safe, but maybe I'm wrong. I just remember using charcoal to make bridges so that dragons can burn them down. Yeah. Actually very accurate. Roses are red. This is correct, Clem Hazard. It's fine. I want to get through I want to free up barrels more than I want to train my cook. I'm also not training a specific cook either. It's literally just whoever happens to be close by and has some skill in cooking. The higher priority is just like clean out barrels and have space in the fort. He says as he's also like, you know, harvesting half of the freaking map. But eventually we'll get more picky about certain things. Oh, actually, hold on. Okay, Moreb's my manager now. And they do actually need to use the... Things are going to go a little slower now because they do actually have to physically go to the manager's office to do management jobs because we have over 20 dwarves. That's another thing that a lot of people don't know about this game is if you have less than 20 dwarves, you don't need to assign a office to your bookkeeper or your manager for them to do their jobs. I'm not sure when that was changed, but it was changed at some point. But yeah, something that I've done in the past when I have had lots of visitors burning alive is I'll just set like a lockdown lever or something for the tavern or wherever the visitors are living. And then when creatures show up that are trying to, you know, attack us or whatever, I just pull a lever which locks them indoors. It's actually a pretty effective way to do that. No, because they'll just go to the highest value one that they have access to. QCQ. Does that change recent? I noticed around the a couple months after the Steam release came out, so either, and I noticed because someone told me, either pre-Steam release and nobody noticed, or Steam release is when that came out, probably. Let's make a handful more barrels and kind of very clearly running out. There's a pile of wine on the ground there. Somebody must have spilled wine. Well, at least that dwarf is no longer stressed. That's good. Stormwolf is still pissed. I think I'm just going to remove you from unrelated tasks and actually maybe give you hunting. How do you okay, bookkeeper, I don't know how you would forget to... I always forget to assign a broker, but bookkeeper, how would you forget that? Because like a bookkeeper kind of is required to like see your stockpiles. Like, I feel like that would be a hard one for me, at the very least, to forget. Actually, let's just do this first. Wait, so like you never like look at this bar at the top then? Like it's to me it's like nothing to do with like how well I keep my stockpiles organized. It's like, are these question marks? If these are question marks, then I'm annoyed and I need a bookkeeper. Like if those are question marks, then something is very wrong. Honestly, I think that there's a lot of like anti-wood propaganda in the Dwarf Fortress community. And honestly, I get it. It's like a bit of a meme and also like, I don't know, it's a bit of a meme. And I think that the result is that you do get quite a few people being like, hey, don't make anything out of wood because that's not dwarfy. And regardless of if you agree with that sentiment or not, which, I'm mixed on it. I personally think that like, if you're just trying to make cool looking fortresses, wood accents are really nice, guys. Like we learned this a long time ago on Earth that having, stone castles look cool and all, but like what if you had a wooden door frame with like fancy engraving? It looks nice. Petrified wood's pretty funny, especially because it opens up the space for a lot of dick jokes. Kind of tempted to just put a bunch of bones in here. Like goat bone, giant wild boar bone, goose bone, dog bone, maybe not big dog bone, cat bone, horse bone. And then I'll also like extend this slightly and throw in some crafting shops. And then this can be where we just do all of our crafting. You went to the petrified forest in Arizona with your friend, and he's a geologist, and they had to search the car to make sure he wasn't smuggling petrified wood. Huh. Yeah, there is a store here that just sells, like, it's mostly, like, stuff for, like, landscaping, right? It's, like, the rock shop, basically, but not for rock and roll. And they sell a whole lot of different varieties of, like, types of, like, little things that you could use as part of, like, any kind of creative hobby, I guess. But, like, you can go buy, like, bookends there. They'll sell you those. And I think that that's one of those places for me where it's dangerous because I go in there and I just look at all of these cool, like, a wall ornament or something. It's just, like, a piece of, like, crystal. And I'm like, I want that on my wall. I don't want to spend $600 on it. But it's like an old dead tree. It's like 200-year-old petrified wood, and they made it into a clock. Like, that is really... Or thousands of years old petrified wood, and they made it into a clock. Like, that is cool. It's a dangerous store. I don't go in there. I think, like, the biggest problem with current Dwarf Fortress Generic Dwarf is just the underground is very gray. So I go to all lengths to try and make the underground more interesting looking. In older versions of the game, when, like, the floor was multicolored all the time, I think it had less of that problem. But even in, like, the modern game, where, you know, there's more colors in the game than ever. I feel like the game is grayer than ever, especially when underground. And so I think like wood is more valuable now than it's ever been to the Dwarf Fortress player base because of the fact that it's so gray down there. Because in order for craftsmanship to be of the highest quality, it has to be pretty looking to me. Oh, I know I'm not alone in that. Generic dwarf. I will just say this. If you get carpal tunnel from playing Dwarf Fortress in its current sense, you probably get carpal tunnel from doing literally anything at a computer and really need to fix your ergonomic setup. Because, like, if I'm not getting carpal tunnel from playing this game, like, I don't know, man. I don't click any more or less than I do in other games. I don't really get the sentiment that some people have that, like, this game gives you carpal tunnel. It, like, kind of goes over my head a wee bit. Let's get rid of that. Labor, kitchen. What else do we have? Gotta toss that in. Gotta toss that in. Oh, we got goat cheese. Look at that. Please cook the goat cheese. Good to know. They do cook with hazelnuts. I just wanted to check that. More statues for happy thoughts. I mean, the moods are actually sorting themselves out now slowly. I think bedrooms are the bigger concern at the moment. I do stand by my statement, though, of like, if you're getting carpal tunnel from this game, you really need to fix your ergonomic setup because that's the actual problem. Also, dumb question, but can you even make wooden statues? I don't think you can. Nope. No, you can't. So, I mean, I could make glass statues, but it's not a huge priority at the moment. I've kind of dedicated, at least for the moment, myself to wanting to make my walls and bedrooms, and at least the sections that I'm currently building, mostly out of cherry wood. And now I'm running out of cherry wood. It's a bit of a problem. Wouldn't that be more like an axe statue? Like just using like a full-size like fireman's axe to make a wooden statue? That sounds like a good way to get splinters, Bert. And all of that, but you're unfortunately... Here's the thing. I don't think that there's anything wrong with thinking a rock is pretty. You don't have to automatically think that it's like gonna, like, I don't know, power your energy. I just need the color amber for that, frankly. Okay, what do I have for bars? I'm going to make... because I think that only takes one block. I don't have any master weaponsmith, so that sucks. Novice weaponsmith it is, except I'm going to cancel that. And I'm going to say weapons and ammunition. Copper. But I want this dwarf to get a little bit of training first. Why don't I just make copper battle axes and then I'll make that one steel spear. Uh-oh. I don't think anybody's dead. The tree definitely did collapse, though. Yeah, I think you're right that they only take only one bar, but I want this dwarf to get a little bit of training under his belt first. I mean, we discussed that the other day, that I could, like, try and cave stuff in, but it won't actually make a hole unless there's nothing underneath it, Slendrum. So unless, like I'm thinking about maybe, like, dropping a bunch of constructions into the river at some point and seeing if there's anything beneath it, but I very much doubt that. I think that's extremely unlikely. It would be very funny, though, if I was able to, like, break into the caverns by dropping shit into the river, but I'm not going to get my hopes up. And also, hello, Dima De Wild. Uh, 20 level fort, and then maybe try out DF hack and place floors with that to avoid pain. Just use bridges. Construct the bridge first and build scaffolding, and then deconstruct them one level at a time. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing in this fort. You're going to see me doing a lot of scaffolding construction. I don't think that, like, cheating around the slightly more difficult parts of the game fix the problems with the game. I think that learning how to build around them is generally the better way to go, but that's just my take. We'll just do it this way. Well, how would I get to the caverns without being able to dig? That's not even remotely on my radar in this fort. Like, I'm not allowed to dig. Like, that defeats the whole point. If I can just dig straight down to them. I'm not trying to get to them. Besides, find me a map that doesn't have something bugged out in it, where the caverns are exposed to this one layer beneath the surface. Like, I don't think I've ever actually seen that, unless I've specifically generated for it, which I didn't. Like, I would have to have done a lot of shenanigans with the world gen in this map. Like, I know chat's just, like, trying to be smart here, and I get it, but, like, if it completely defeats the whole purpose of the exercise, then that is just what it is. It's defeating the purpose of the exercise and not something I'm going to do, most likely. Actually, why don't I just fucking do this? That's what? Applewood? I've never tried that. DFCC. If they were underground, they'd probably still join your fortress, but they'd be stuck underground. Also, I'm not going to do that, because once again, doesn't that just goes again? I'm just going to stop responding to people's ideas on how I could possibly dig, because I'm not going to dig. I'll just make a new fort then. Like, like the point of this fort is to build weird, defendable above ground constructions and then fight my old fort. I'm very perplexed by this whole mode of thinking. Any fishing doors? We don't need fish. We got plenty of food. Plenty of food and food variety. Also, the water's kind of far away. Quite literally, yeah. It's more of a bridge or cliffside shantytown. Why do I want shells for crafts? I might as well get the donkey poop off of the fields and then just spread it all around on the ground and call it a craft. It might actually be more valuable. Like, this is a very silly, counterproductive way of playing the game, and I get that. But, like, don't dish shells. I just did, and I'll do it again. Why do I need shell armor? I'm allowed to use metal. It's just a matter of acquiring metal. Shells are not worth it. They're about the same level of effectiveness as wood, and I don't need to fish for them. Totem is more like a figurine, not a statue. Also, totems aren't made out of wood. They're made out of a skull. So, no and no. In order for it to count as a wood statue, it would need to be made out of wood. And you don't make totems out of wood in this game. You know, California Ninja Lawyer, I respect that you still think that, but one of these years you will come around on the errors of your ways and realize how silly a concept this is that you're suggesting. Because if you think that there is any value in shells, one day you'll see the light. And I hope to be there to witness it. For it will be glorious. You will come around and realize the error of your ways and the amount of time that you've wasted on such a worthless material. It's a shame, really. How many dwarves lose their entire fortune spending their money on worthless shell crafts every year? Someone needs to speak up about it. And in this case, it's me. There's also giant alligators in the rivers. Fishing is the easiest way to feed a whole fort. Shell crafts are the worst craft you can make in the game, value-wise. And I'm already butchering animals, which are already trained, so I can make crafts out of bones, which are just as worthless. But at the very least, like, I don't have to tell the dwarves to go stand by the water to get it. And it's a more rewarding and interesting mechanic because I also get leather out of it. I'll participate in that mechanic. Good. Well, we don't need to do any fishing just yet. I might do it later on for some variety, but like, not in the early game. What does it work for? Armor that isn't usable. I couldn't actually clarify it for you because I don't know the extent of it. I've always just presumed it's for non-dwarf sized gear. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I'm an encyclopedia on a lot of things in this game, but not that, actually. I don't generally... I'm pretty sure it's just not dwarf-sized gear, because that's usually what ends up in those stockpiles, but it might go further than that. I don't know. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Some of you might actually not know this. I'm not being ironic. I unironically hate fisher dwarves. So I know that like a lot of people here are like, above ground heresy, or not murdering every elf you see with great prejudice and value for society and life, be damned, heresy. I see dwarf with a fishing rod, kill it with fire. Because back in the day, the joke always was like, if you don't know how to farm, you fish. And farming is an easy mechanic, but this was back like when Dwarf Fortress was still ASCII, right? So just like the basic level of getting into the game was higher. Like the common sentiment amongst a lot of people who played the game back then, granted, Dwarf Fortress was a much more elitist, kind of silly community back then, but like, you can't brew fish. What worth is it to your dwarves if you can't brew it? And I know you can brew meat, but meat also give you leather and bone. You can't brew fish. And also, you guys are talking about, like, not being underground. There's so much more food variety underground than there is in fish. Also, literally, no, because that wasn't in the game that long, Mouse Beater. One legendary fisher dwarf can feed about 100 dwarves. I'd rather, like, actually do some farming and get some actual food variety, or do a little bit of above ground, like, animal slaughtering and then gathering to get some food variety of, like, fruits and vegetables that can be cooked. You get the seeds that can also be cooked if you're brewing them. You get the byproducts that can be used for other things. Like, it's just a more useful skill, and it's more engaging. Like, that's the simple version. So, like, I would rather just kind of not waste my time on setting stuff up outside when I could just, you know, do tasks that arguably make my dwarves happier in the long run, that don't have similar kind of, you know, issues. My favorite instance of ever naming a dwarf after a viewer was in version 47. Somebody requested a dwarf, and I said, okay, what job do you want? They said, I want a fisher dwarf. I was like, this map is very dangerous. Are you sure you want a fisher dwarf? And they were like, yeah. So I gave them a fisher dwarf. It was an Untamed Wilds map. And Untamed Wilds was a bit different back then, but it was still pretty dangerous. I gave the dwarf the fishing task, and we were following them after I finished reading their description, we're following them. And this dwarf walks outside up to a little puddle, because we didn't have any river on the surface, it was just a little puddle, starts fishing. And I remember mumbling something about how I will give them a site in the caverns to fish later, because they insisted on having the job right away. And while I was talking with Chad about something unrelated for the next minute, a giant tick climbed out of the tree, killed the dwarf instantly, and then climbed back up into the tree. Smart dwarves don't fish. At least hunters have weapons. Okay, 2 things about carp. Number 1, there's a mod that brings the carp back, so if you want, like, to witness how mean fish can be, it's very easy to mod into the game. But the second thing about carp is the reason they were brutal is because everything... A human caravan has arrived. Huh. I wasn't expecting that. Well, that's fascinating. Anyway, anybody used to be able to train strength. Now only sentient creatures can train strength. So, like, if anything could train strength, swimming trains strength. So it wasn't just carp, it was any fish. Carp are just big. But literally any fish could train strength. So you know, like, the blockade? That dwarf that could, like, kill anything by just looking at it and breathing on it? Fish would just be like that, basically, after a while. Because they would just be legendary in strength, and they just flap out of the water and just slap a dwarf and they die. The carp stands up. You know, it's funny. Like, vaguely remembering that era wasn't fun. I think telling the stories about it after the fact is a lot of fun, which is why, like, whenever something happens in Dwarf Fortress that people get really annoyed with or mad at, myself included, I always have to remind myself that, like, a lot of the charm of this game at the time sucks. It's months or years even later that it's funny, right? I'm going to sell them a giant wild boar. Is what I'm going to do. As masterwork blades. I'll just start making wooden training swords. I like seeing like Helmet Snake stands up is honestly one of my favorite combat logs. But yeah, if you really want to like experience that, there's a mod that just makes fish train strength again. So if you feel the need to experience just how fun that could be, you can. You've got the power. Not even positive. I must have bought that. Fan arts of carps attacking dwarves? Almost certainly. Just like you've also probably seen that fan art of the dwarf throwing the dead lion at a lion to kill the lion by throwing the dead lion at the lion. It's like somewhere in the documentary that NoClip put out about Dwarf Fortress, there's some very brief footage of adventure mode. I don't think they used the actual footage of it, but in that run, because I played some very early versions of adventure mode for that documentary, I killed a lion by beating it to death with my friend's arm. Much less effective these days. But I did it. It bit off my friend's arm and spat it out, and I wrestled the arm out of its mouth and then beat it up with it. Well, first it was 2 lions, and then one of the lions was killed, and then the dwarf threw the dead lion at the living lion. Hold on, let me find the fan art. It's old Dwarf Fortress fan art. Here it is. The art is old. It's been reposted on Reddit dozens of times, so this is actually like a Imager link from... Oh my god, Imager. Boop, right here. The spitting lion corpse strikes the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the left false ribs through the left lung and tearing apart the left lung. The lion is having trouble breathing. The lion corpse is lodged firmly in the wound. Nothing to be lying about. Volt is what you joined to. A Dwarf Fortress art of all time. Yeah, me too. That's why I don't allow visitors. Landrum. That's why I don't allow visitors. Right there with you. Let's just bring these other items over. I like how they're right here with the program and they brought me a wooden training sword. That's truly the most human of things they could sell me. Or try to sell me, which I won't buy. Because I don't need their whack stick. That's silly. Absolutely friggin' silly. What does that have to do with anything, California? I don't understand the connection here. Thieves will show up regardless. Adventurers will show up, like mercenaries and stuff, and monster hunters will show up regardless. It just depends on what's in the region. You'll get more monster hunters if there's monsters on the map, and monsters on the map can mean like giant creatures like my giant wild boar, or creatures from the caverns, like, or forgotten beasts. I mean, I think there's less connection there than you think there is. All right, so I need to sell 170 or buy 179 more weight from them. Did they bring anything interesting? They brought a lead cage. Oh boy, I'll buy that. Oh no, actually, because I don't have to get rid of it. Let's grab the zinc cage. It's slightly more expensive. I really want the syrup brew, but I do kind of want the barrels. Golden salve? Is golden salve an alcohol? Or is that something else? They also have gnome blight? The heck is gold? I need to look that up on the wiki. I know that that's something. I need to look that up. What the heck is golden salve? It's like, is it, it's like, it's an extract? What is it again? Well, it would help if I spelled that right. It's an extract made from valley herbs produced by the thresher at a farmer's workshop, produced to a vial. Golden salve has no use. Ah! Okay. Human oddities. That would be why I always forget what it is. I know what gnome blight is. Gnome blight's kind of neat, actually. I don't actually have that much trading value left. I'm also going to start sniping these sandbags. Because I'm going to start just, like, making sandbags soon, so might as well just get ahead of it. Let's see if they'll buy this. Yeah. What if I just get rid of that sterling silver and that silver? Oh no, it's too heavy. God dang. Okay, fine. What do I not want then? That'll be fine. What makes it? Valley herbs. Supposedly. Whatever that is. It's not the healing drink / food. It can't be. Although now that I'm thinking about it, I don't actually have a way of looking it up. Hold on, let me just find it in here. I mean, that's not what the wiki says. According to this, it's a plant extract. I'll just look at the description, because I think I'm over... I'm pretty sure that golden salve has just been in the game longer than that. It's not a healing potion. They shouldn't be able to bring the healing potions as trade goods, but that'd be funny. Also have to find it in this, actually, when I do this. Barrel! There it is. Well, that was less helpful than I thought it would be. Yeah, it's just an expensive extract, correct. It's like coins. Some more migrants have arrived. Yay, I get to make more bedrooms that I haven't made yet. This one's a mace dwarf, apparently. I don't know the actual answer to any of the questions you have about the update. Tarn says that they will be able to dig. We do not know the extent of how much they will be able to dig. YouTube chat says it's piss. It's snake oil. That's what it is. But congrats on the 7-stream streak to Priscilla. I'm pretty sure that... Okay, Celesty, I'll make a... Here's the thing. The names for the healing potions are random. And it will change from world to world. So it's going to entirely depend on the world. So it's possible that you had one named Healing Salve. I'm not going to claim that that's wrong. But I do question as to whether or not that would be a legitimate thing in this world. Or rather, I don't think that would be a thing that I have to worry about in this world. Yeah, it's always like something ooze. I've never seen one named Salve, though. We're now up to 30 dwarves. Thanks for the super chat for an amount of money. Oliver in YouTube chat. They say, here's a gift from the Northern Lands and excited for the Siege update. Thanks for being so quick on it. I mean, they gave it to me early, so Pester Kit Fox give me stuff early, and then I can be quick on it. But otherwise, it takes me a day usually, sometimes two. But thank you very much for the amount of money in a super chat. I don't know how much 100 NOK is. Peculiar liquor? Liquor? I've seen peculiar liquid. I've seen a few peculiar things, yeah. I mean, I could just buy it and see what it does, if anything, and just put this to bed, but I don't expect it to be worth it. Because, like, it is just an expensive liquid, if nothing else. Oh, you're adequate now. Let's make that steel spear. What could possibly go wrong? It's worth nothing, and then our friend here is wrong. That could go wrong. God, those cups are worth nothing. Holy shit. I always forget how much wheelbarrows are worth. Should just make artisan wheelbarrows. Yeah, I'm not even positive I have enough value in items to be able to sell to get that thing. I mean, I guess I could sell soap and stuff, but could make some platinum crafts real quick. Actually, I mean, I could actually sell food. Actually, I could sell that seed barrel, free up a bunch of stuff. I like that the spice barrel is worth more. Let's see. Yeah, I need splints and crutches for when people get mauled, and I forget that I didn't make more splints and crutches, so I will hang on to those. But yeah, they can also be quite valuable. That is true. You can't do anything with golden salve, according to the internet. But I do have an injured dwarf, so I will do the science. We will have our results in this fort or never. Not enough value.
Crypt undulates Dino Dance Crypt Bongo.
Crypt undulates Crypt Dino Dance Crypt Bongo. Got it. I'll make sure to remember that. Thank you very much for the 5th month, Necrontier. I do appreciate you. I need like another barrel of food or something. I could just sell those chests. This is the one like kind of issue with being this far above ground is actually like, you know, having a functional fort that becomes kind of difficult until you get some pretty hefty value stuff, which takes a while. And then they never get used? Oh, most certainly. I mean, this will probably just sit on a pedestal for forever. I am 99% certain you're correct. Generic dwarf. 99% certain that you're correct. But I brought more value over, so might as well trade a little more with them. Oh, I can't buy the books, though. Because we are Luddites. Although I am genuinely thinking about just buying a bunch of books and then throwing them all in the fucking river, because I think that that would be really funny. Oh, it's too heavy. Right. I'll buy the sterling silver from you. Buy that one block from you. Buy 2 pieces of clay from you. Actually, why don't I not buy those 2 pieces of clay and instead just don't sell you the chests, which are the heavy thing. And don't sell you the wheelbarrows, which are pretty heavy. And what's the heaviest of these? Thunk? Maybe that one. And then that one. But now it's not enough value. Okay, fine. Fine. They have fancy pictures? No, 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 no. No knowledge. Knowledge is for delusional fools. Also need to butcher some animals. Seems like we're actively doing that. Making fatty glob, quote unquote. Most of this stuff's just getting put away, so stuff's getting done. Let's go back up to here. We're gonna plop some more of these cherry bombs. Sounds like necromancer propaganda. Back up, Urist, and put down that book. I'm also going to swap over to a different type of wood. What kind of blocks do I have a bunch of? Let's go with apple. Applewood blocks. Do I have any peasants that needs a name? I do have a few peasants. I don't know what that is, Necrontier. Because that is how we get undeads. I don't want anything. We'll see what we end up with. Now, I've got some ideas on how I'm going to run this fort. I like the idea of this fort being, like, me being stickler about character aside. I kind of like the idea of this fort being a, how do I put it? A bunch of Luddites that are being led along by a dwarf that's planning to become a necromancer, which is kind of my idea for this fort, as like an overarching story if it ends up going that far. However, for the moment, it's literally just me kind of memeing. Because I know that the humans aren't going to sell me, like, you know, a Secrets of Life and Death book. I was going to say Ferengi 451. That's a very different thing. I've never read Fahrenheit, so I don't know. Sure, maybe. Possibly. I played David Cage's Fahrenheit, and that was pretty bad. Imperial Heat Unit? Okay. Yes, that is a Runaway song. The cherry bomb. I was going to cue something up, and I can remember what it was. Wooden doors. It's definitely Monday energy for me today. Really? No. I don't want to burn the books. I just want to drown them. Burning's a bit intense. You know, just kind of like what the country of Italy wants to do to their Ferrari coaches whenever they suck, which is throw them in the river. That's all I really want to do. I don't want to burn them. It's a bit grim. But as far as peasants go, I do have some peasants. A peasant. You're a dabbling tanner. Bolts Routes is your last name. He is bored by reality and would much rather disappear utterly and forever into a made-up world of fantasy. Into a world of made-up fantasy. Whenever I read this, I always feel kind of called out. So, also, I want to say that YouTube chat has said that the golden salve is just like cryptocurrency. There's something kind of funny in that. He doesn't mind a little too much on Discord and day-to-day living. Tends to be a bit stubborn to changing his mind about things. He has little interest in joking around and can handle stress and has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family, and personally doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Fahrenheit was an okay game? Sure. It was funny. I'm not going to say it was a good game. It was funny. I never finished it, but he likes rock salt and nickel and claro opal and green glass and spiny dogfish tooth, llama ears, and then the words of the fragrant orbs and when possible prefers to consume date wine. Ooh. And hates worms. Oh yeah, by the way, I barely drank when I saw Powerwolf, but you know what me and my friend did have? We each had a glass of red wine because it seemed appropriate. It was okay. He is not in any religions, but he is a member, of course, of the stupid Swamp of Stumps, which is the place that you live. And you, for a second there, I thought that was a baby sprite. You do have one passing acquaintance in the fort. It'd be very funny if your only passing acquaintance was like a baby. I want to see that happen now. Okay, so my expedition leader, I think. This dwarf has some injuries. And has a bedroom, which is convenient. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this supposed science to test. I'm going to make a pedestal. In that dwarf's bedroom, I'm going to put that salve on a pedestal. And then I'm going to lock the dwarf in there and see if they drink it. And if so, what happens? We do have a wine emote, if that's what you were aiming for, you GDP boy, but, so now, you, right there, devoted. It's for science. I don't think anything's gonna happen, but. Doran the gem cutter has been taken by a Fey mood. This is my first artifact of the stream, and that's a gem cutter, and I don't have any gems in the fort, so let's see how this goes. I may have to just make raw glass and then cut it into a gem. It would be accurate for these dwarves to buy snake oil. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, hold up. I have to find the barrel that it's in. I think I may have just figured out how to get liquids you don't want in a barrel out of a barrel. Because it seems to let me just put the liquid. But anyway, this is in a applewood barrel. I need to try and do that as well, actually. Like, if I just put a liquid on a barrel, will that take the liquid out of the barrel? Okay, so you're over here. You must have rough gems. Okay, well, that's fine. You down here. I always need to look this up in the wiki. If I'm gonna do like an ash potash clear glass thing, it's gonna be in this. Pearl ash, that's what I need. Okay, so what I'm going to do... let's just make a kiln. Which they used sterling silver bars for. That's classy. You up here. I'm just going to make 40 ash. I'll make 20 pearl ash. Did I not make lye? I thought I told you to make lye. I may just be out of buckets. I'm still live. I've barely been live. I've only been live for 4 hours and 40 minutes. It's just a very short period of time for me to be live. Okay, so over here we're making ash. Sad news. What happened? Do I want to know? Cyrlac? Oh. I need to look up who that is. I always feel bad when this happens. Holy shit, she lived for a long time. Oh, okay. I know who this is. She's the chimpanzee lady. The what now? Oh, because like you heavily overstudy them? Is that why? Needs 1 potash. That's what I need. So you need to actually make 40 lye. And 20 potash from lye. Yeah, no, I mean, that's somebody that, like... I mean, having just glanced at her Wikipedia page, she lived for a really long time. And that's somebody who will have a positive legacy that will definitely outlive them, which to me is never really a reason to be sad. So that's an easy one for me to get through, but still sad. Heart goes out to her family, you know? Like, I would want to die having left... if I die having left a 100th of that legacy, I'm doing all right. Make future strange grooves to only take up non-mineral materials. Could a crafts guild make everyone have high craftsdwarf skills make future strange mood only take up non-mineral materials? No, because the higher skill level or the more artifacts and higher overall value of a fortress, the more items dwarves demand, because dwarves demand items that have previously existed in that fortress. So no, not really. Is the short answer. And then once we have potash, then they'll start making pearl ash, which they're now starting to make, probably. I'm also going to need ash, most likely. Needs 1 potash. Let's make pearl ash. Needs 1 potash, yes. This always gets me tongue-tied. Make charcoal. Let's just make Fucking 80 charcoal or something. 50. And then I just need that job to queue up. Because this is... Should be all made now. Yep, I got barrels full of lye. Holy lies. It's a lot of lye. Good lord. And you're off to go make some pearl ash. There you go. Every tree? Nah, we got plenty of logs. That's just excessive. That's like doing a control, like, auto dig on every single ore vein on the map. It's like, we don't need to do that. We're good. Clear glass. At least not yet. Raw clear glass is what I need. You know, I'm going through all this effort to make raw clear glass. Watch the game be like, I need green glass. It could happen. It could happen. Let's see if that's truly. Let's go. Let's see where we go. Better have like a difficult glass stacked and just sand, fix it if it comes up. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is just make a chunk of them. Now that I've done that, you still need... Wait, actually, you need rough gems. Oh, shit. Never mind, hold up. Oh, never mind. Wait, hold up. I guess you're not counting... All right, well, hopefully, never mind. This dwarf, because I thought they wanted cut gems, not rough gems. So hopefully this dwarf stays here long enough. Because I can make a large gem. I could make a gem out of clear glass. But I can't make rough gems out of clear glass. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking. Using glass as my main export. Because I was going to make glass traps. But bedrooms are now the priority again. We'll let that stuff run behind the scenes, but... Let's go up to here. Yes, but also no. You can they can specify between gems and glass.
Build a looping.
When making artifacts. Build a looping. The wada. Desek, thank you very much. I would say it's more like annoying specificity and less inconsistency, but... Because, like, technically by that logic, also any boulder is a gem then. Because you can also polish stones, right? They're no longer trading, so I have to wait until mid-fall for the Dwarven traders to come by again. So that's on me. I fucked that up. They may have had rough gems, but I wasn't looking. Oopsies. That's misclick. Now, where is... The Wort Mortal. This dwarf. Waiting for this dwarf to go to sleep. Just a lot of wheelbarrows for it then? I mean, I had to get the, like, stuff set up to make glass eventually, so... Although the thing that we're still just missing is glass, right? I think I could also go down here as well. Do more willow floors. I think I have tons of willow, but I didn't actually have as much as I thought, but it's fine. And I'm gonna put a leather stockpile down here. Bone. Bolt. I'll make some leather bags and we'll get some sand industry up and running. I'm only promoting the big videos in the video command unless something absolutely crazy has happened. Necrontier. Really? Oh. I mean, that video was babbled about a whole lot when that released. Yeah, I made a sequel to my most viewed video. Oh, the Siege Info vid. Okay, I thought you were talking about the one that links to. Clothing and leather. Leather. It's more of that leather weather, you know? But yeah, the Siege Info vid has, like, image of the bolt turrets. Or footage of the vault turrets. Let's do... leather bag. Let's do 2 leather quivers? Quivers. 15 leather bags. Just gonna let those 2 live there. Tame. Oh, hey! These 2 have grown up. So they take 1 year to grow up. We've got the goat and Hogzilla and then stray piglet. You know, I've never really made just like a dwarven roller coaster for shits and giggles. I've never really done that. Which is like odd. You'd think I would have. At least by this point. Generic Dwarf, thanks for checking out a gift. I will say, if you want to get places on the leaderboards, it literally costs you 1 bit right now to get number 1 on the leaderboards. Oh shit, you hit Eon Raptor. Man, I haven't seen Eon in ages. Hope he's doing well. Eon used to come around this chat all the time. Easiest person to spot at a video game convention because he is like a foot taller than everybody else there, even the tallest person you think you know. Giant person. I mean, raptors are large chickens, right? And then you over here. Let's just do cherry blocks. And then let's do beds. Apparently beds don't need to be indoors. Do need to be indoors. I literally thought that I was placing those. All right, let's follow my expedition leader again. I'm still waiting for him to get sleepy and go to bed. He hasn't slept in a while, so we'll follow him. Moods are getting better, though. One of them is 6+ feet tall and 13 years old. But so in 2019, I saw two of my cousins. And one of them was 13 and the other one was 15. They're now... I basically didn't see them for the entirety of the early 2020s during COVID times. And then I saw them this year for the second time since. And like they're now what 20 or like close to 20 and like 23 or something. And they're both like 7 feet tall. And now one of them's going to be a dad. Like literally like this past weekend I just got invited to a like everybody's invited barbecue baby shower thingy. Cheers, Lald. You get number 1. Take it and run. But yeah, no, I that's always wild, seeing a relative that you haven't seen in such a long time. And just watching time pass before your eyes. It's very humbling. Now you have to look up at him. Yeah, no, same thing. Literally just waiting for this dwarf to go to bed so I can lock the door. Sprouted like a tree. I kind of did that when growing up. I was pretty short, and also very, very thin when I was like, you know, still in high school age. And then suddenly when I hit, it was like 16 to like 18, I grew like that much in like 6 months. And I thought it was the worst back pain I was going to have in my life. And then I hit my 30s. I was wrong. It wasn't the worst back pain I was going to have in my life. Thanks for the 19 pennies, generic dwarf. Appreciate you. Actually, that's not true. I had the worst back pain in my life was when I injured my back when I was still working in restaurants. That was the worst back pain I ever had in my life. Oh, yeah, also I have this from earlier today. The piss filter kappa. Probably your height? Wow. Yeah, no, that's always kind of fun. It's like, how did you get that in the genetics? Like, where did that come from? I'm pretty hopeful right now that we'll be able to trade for more stuff from the mountain home before that dwarf dies, but we'll see. Bearded dwarf hunter if available. I don't think I have a named bearded. I mean, I can just make one. Yeah, they all have names at the moment. Although they haven't been finding things to hunt. Although I may have to make more ammunition available. How about this one? Like, you'll go grab all of the items and such. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and is often cheerful. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and sometimes can act without deliberation. He is curious and eager to learn, and likes to take it easy. He can easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He often acts with compassion and is currently more rude. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He personally dreams of creating a great work of art, and he has a deep respect for fairness and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. I'll have to have a look, Server Lord. I think that's in the old fort. No, like that was Colorbeard, right? That Beard Lord was in? I mean, this is the same world, but it's a different faction. He likes andesite and silver and yellow zircon and coconut palm wood and giant nautilus shell bolts and shields and windows and Wicked women for their macabre ways. Nice. And the sound of the petals of phrasing when possible prefers consume. Spotted webgong and carambola wine and prickleberry seeds and hates rats. Well, you know, the person who's quietly cheating here is Xylem, who has all 3 of the top 3 clips. That's the person who's cheating right now. Which I noticed this morning when I turned the stream on. I was like, really? Wow. And they're all from last week, too. We've got a pretty big family, actually. So let's get this dwarf named. Welcome to the forest, Silas. What's up, elf pulls? Not necessarily goth mommy. I would say more so just like... likes dominatrixes. She isn't necessarily a goth mommy. But yeah, I will say... Server Lord and Beer Lord, not present. However, the old fort is, and most of those dwarves are still alive, and we are at war with them. I mean... The kind of fun thing about this is I do actually wonder who's running these fortresses, because I'll bet you these are all like my old dwarves, right? Oh no, you can absolutely attack factions that you're at war with. Dwarves are not, and we're playing as a different faction now. And my old faction, which were dwarves, are still in this world, so absolutely we can fight with them. I told the story of the election of Edom Tomecry to the position of the Holy Battle of Creed of adventuring in the midwinter of 263 at the Helmed Cakes. Didn't Edom Tomecry show up in one of my forts? That name is really familiar. Huh. This is in fact an Untamed Wilds area. That's why I have Goat and Hogzilla. I caught them and tamed them myself. And why their parents are in a cage. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will leave the game paused. Holy Battle? It's a religious leader title. I think that was one of my dwarves, and I think that they got that title while invading stuff. I mean, the first 4 dwarves were immediately insta-gimmed elf poles, if you're not in an ad right now, by giant alligators that just crawled out right next to where the wagon was parked and just murked some of the starting dwarves. And we immediately went from 7 dwarves to 4 dwarves. And it took a while to catch back up. Yeah, it was a very sudden start, shall we say. I disturbed Mr. Bitey. No, I think Eurus just did a really bad parking job. What was really funny was I spent like 20 minutes like meticulously going through and naming dwarves, and the literal second I unpaused everything, we just died. Come on. There's a fruit fly buzzing around my face. I managed to keep fruit flies out of my apartment all year until the last handful of seconds. Make some clips, chat? No, I agree. Chat needs to make more clips. You know, I'm starting to think that giant ravens get stuck in trees. Like, if I just... Oh, no. Doran has been stricken by melancholy. Well, that's a shame. Rip. When are you gonna sleep here, Dwarf? You gonna eat some goat tripe? Just a glob of goat tripe. Yuck. It's like conduct meeting, pray, conduct meeting, pen pasture. Gotta get out of here. Make lie, conduct meeting. Meditate, store item in vehicle. They migrated to me? Yeah, I don't know. I think they actually came from one of the plants I bought. I bought a tropical plant and then suddenly I had houseflies. And I was like, ooh. So I'm currently blaming that, but... Guess that's 2 in the air. And this one over here. I wonder. No. What? There's a magma crab stuck somewhere? I'll never see that. Oh, hey! Expedition leader made a friend at some point. No. Kobolds don't play nice with anybody. The thing about kobolds is their language is completely randomly generated, which means that they can't communicate with anybody. The goblins will play nice with some people, but only if those people identify themselves. And because, like, you'll see this in adventure mode, you'll see goblins constantly shouting, "Identify yourself!" regardless of who it is. And they yell at the kobolds, "Identify yourself!" And the kobold doesn't respond because the kobold can't speak goblin. They're incapable of communicating with anything else around them. They just scream, "Identify yourself," and then they get no response, and then they kill the kobold. It's also why kobolds don't play well with other kobolds a lot of the time, even in adventure mode. Because you'll see a kobold, and you'll see another kobold, and then the other kobold will just kill the first kobold. Because the first kobold tells this other kobold in garbledy-gook gibberish language, "Identify yourself," and then they go, "Oh!" And then they can't because they don't know how to say their name because they don't know what language is, and then they stab each other to death. Alligators reminded you of swamp people, fair enough. Avuz Mine Earth, the Sienna Boulders. That very much sounds like a god of the earth. I don't know what that is, Kit Molfar, but I'll smile and nod. You think my expedition leader might be a vampire? That's not possible because the starting 7 dwarves cannot be a vampire. Also, they grab the drink. Also, you probably would have eaten somebody at this point. There is no clay on this map, so that would be difficult. But it wouldn't if I had clay. It did not. I do have sand, though. Because I've missed it every time he has gone to sleep. I've seen him sleeping before. It's just not when I've happened to look. And because I keep getting distracted. And because people keep asking me to name shit. He's also literally eaten and drank. Which vampires don't do. No risk of flames? Does fire burn wood structures down these days? So if it does, I haven't seen that in a very long time. Oh, I know. UGDPY. I know. I'm going to use it as accents. I'm not building everything out of it. I feel like they were... Like, I swear that I've seen wood walls and floors burning, but the last couple times I've seen fire hit wood, it hasn't done much, but... And maybe that is, like, a specifically Dragonfire thing? What's up with you? Oh, right, you're just melancholy. Right, duh. Do I have an extra coffin? That's the question.
Jeez. Fixed a clogged urine separator in the toilet. Some backflow and sputter and I'm covered in piss. Whenever shit like this happens I always console myself. It could have been worse. It could have been the 90s and forced to use Microsoft Word.
The 90S and been forced to use Microsoft Word. Right. 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 It could be the 90S indeed, but it's not the 90S. In fact, it's the 2025S, and instead we just have to deal with, you know, all of the problems of the current year instead, which, you know, some ways better, some ways worse. Take the good with the bad, you know? Just rerouting a cable real quick. That's bugging me. All right, that's better. Yeah, but I have a question. Why no call plumber? Like this is why I'm kind of happy that I'm in a position of relative privilege, because like I can just be like, you know what? I'm worth more than that. I don't think Mind is a plumber based on the discussions I've had with Mind over the years, but... Oh, I know. Yeah, of course there's Microsoft agents in Microsoft Word. We've got raw clear glass piling up now, though. Nah, that wasn't the button I intended to hit. But seriously, Mind, thanks a ton for the 67th month. Where's Stone? Stone, your favorite month just went by in chat. You guys have one very important task to do. I need a round of beer in the chat for the 67 months. Well, I hope you are regular, because regular is important for your digestive system. A nut. You don't have to be a regular here, but as long as you are regular, then everybody's good. It's a lot of beers in a lot of months. And if you're not, then just consume more fiber. I keep seeing that and thinking that it's silty clay and getting excited, and then realizing it's just sandy loam and then getting disappointed. Because, like, you got... Oh, wait, hold up. Is silty clay... No, it's not. It's like, is silty clay harvestable? Like, the real pain point here is, like, look at this. There's lignite right there. Oh. I'm trying just not to look because it hurts me. So I got a few more dwarves that need bedrooms. Let's just go up to here. Make some more bedrooms. Do it that way. I feel like, you know, sometimes like I think a joke is funny and I want to repeat it and just like so everybody can hear it. And then sometimes I think a joke is funny and then I immediately feel bad and then choose just to like not acknowledge it. And this is one of those times. This is certainly one of those times. Yep. How you doing, Clockwork Dragon? It's good to see you, man. I need to figure out how the fuck I'm gonna make coffins. And I think I'm just gonna start stacking them on my walls. Once they're okay. Once I figure out a way to get those in. Or actually I could just like fill this. Let's fill this entire walkway up over here with coffins. Let's do that. Coffin shelf? I mean, I'm just gonna make a coffin nook. Yeah, we'll go with that. A coffin nook. I think you need to upgrade your toilet, but maybe my take is like not fully respecting the design of toilet that you use. But personally, I feel that you need a better toilet. But that's just my 15 cents and change. All right, now that that's built. Guess who's sleeping, chat? Except this doofus here. Okay. All right, you wake up. Cool. Now we wait for you to get hungry. Although first he's just having empathy being near his own fine bed. You know, I really want one of those. Like super fancy Japanese toilets. Whoop. Kind of looked like he just ate one of those, but I don't think he did. They're just chatting. I mean, they are friends, right? Yeah, they are. This is their opportunity to become best friends. Let's also remove this from this thingy, so in case one of them gets thirsty or hungry, and then we'll find out if it does anything. And a caravan has arrived, and I need to buy some rough gems. Speaking of rough gems... I wonder. Let's make 3 clear glass statues and we'll sell 2 of them. Let's go over to here. Could also make clear glass goblets. I could do that too. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna do this. Wooden wheelbarrow. What is the color of wood? I'm not gonna use much. Bayberry wood. Let's do 12. Wooden wheelbarrow. That's another color of wood I'm not going to use much. Ash. Let's do 20. We'll let them run those tasks. He's not a vampire, lol. I'm telling you. I always love that about nobles in Dwarfort. When they're like... When there's like half a dozen just random peasants standing in their bedrooms staring at them while they're sleeping and they're just like waiting to attend a meeting. Look at this. You don't see this very often. He's interested near his own fine display furniture, and he's interested after viewing a golden salve barrel made of apple wood in his own personal museum. You don't see that very often, because it's very rare that they stand in their bedroom long enough to stand on top of their own barrel in their own museum. And they're still chatting. And he also viewed a golden salve barrel on display. So far, the science has informed us that they are viewing it while it's on display, and they are enjoying that process of it. That's it. So far. I also need to check something. Labor. Others. Set hunter ammo. Yeah, it's just all bolts. Just gonna pause that. Go down to this and pause that. Because we're just making a bunch of wheelbarrows. Fancy wheelbarrows at that. You'll have to see it. What is that? It's a very purple instrument. Just want to know what it's an. Oh, it's a nether crap. Oh, it's made of nether cap. I don't think I've ever seen one that blue though. You know, it would be really funny if these two dwarves got married. I'm just saying. I think that would be really funny. I have a question. Are you guys still talking about urine in toilets? Or are you talking about the golden salve and making urine in toilet jokes? Okay. Just confirming. I'll continue ignoring you until you're done. Somebody who used to clean restaurants for a living. I've dealt with enough of this in my personal life. I don't need it to infect my current work life. They appear to have brought several different types of blocks, which I can purchase. They brought cut gems, but they didn't. The only rough gems they've brought are more glass, which isn't. And I guess I can grab it, but that's not exactly useful to me. By any sense of the word. Actually, you know, honestly, I think that's what I need to import, if I can, is just rough gems. No, the theory, or my assumption is that no. is the answer. Not musical in the slightest. But someone in chat said that they once had golden salve that was a healing potion in their world, which means it probably does absolutely nothing. But I'm mildly curious, so I'm locking dwarves in there until they get thirsty. And if they get healed by it, then cool. It may also, like, poison them. I don't know. Because this dwarf's also injured. So on the off chance that it happens to be a healing potion, then this dwarf will drink it. Basically, I'm telling the dwarves to sip the snake oil. Because I'm like 99% certain it's going to do nothing. But sometimes I just need to know, you know? Sometimes you just need to know. We'll fix everything? I mean, hey. Anything is possible. Oh, now you're sleeping again. Well, now you're sleeping, rather. How about you? Oh, you're thirsty. Excellent. So I'm going to put a very tempting beverage here. It should be right there. Let's also get you to rebuild your pedestal. I don't think so, guys. No, it is not. Mind. Steam used to cause burning, but at some point that got removed from the game. I don't know when. I guess, like, you could theoretically put, like, a deadly dust beast, like, behind, what do you call it? Like, bars or fortification, and that would do something, but no, there is no way to make gas chambers in this game, fortunately. I think that would probably bring out the worst of some parts of the community, and I think it's probably for the best. So the wiki did state that this stuff was useless. And you know what? I think the wiki's right. Try this, though. Just because I want to know what happens. Okay, that's funny. So you can get the stuff out of it by assigning the salve to being on display. Oh, it's a liquid, yeah. It's an extract that's apparently comes from valley herbs that is apparently useless. Okay, why? My entire thing is full of acorn flies. But yes, it is in fact a liquid. And it's now on display. It's used for, allow me to state this for a third time, absolutely nothing, according to the wiki. Being used as dye would be something. The wiki states that it's used for nothing. And then one person in chat said that may not be true, so we decided to test it, and I can now confirm that the wiki is correct on this matter, I think. Oh, thank you, Aiden, not. Can you spot a were person from the top of your endless experience without transformation? No. I mean, they might be a weird age, but not at a glance, no. You just have to look at their combat logs and see if they've been bit. Devoted Mortal meets with the outpost liaison Etor Dumatsurast. There's much to share. We've added information to Civilization and World info, and I'm going to ask for... Can I even ask for rough gems? It's actually a little bit worrisome. Because I can ask for large or small cut gems. But... Is there a carpenter available? No. It's just the most common job in this fort. Of course there's carpenters available. I'll have to take a look after I finish this, though. Yeah. They maintain the same strength that they had in their non-were creature form. So if they're legendary, they'll be legendary in were form. I mean, it won't be flying because it will need to be supported by something. I read that as Dalek bodies. I was like, wait, hold on, what? These are the same things. So are you talking about skills or are you talking about traits? Because traits are something that can be trained up. So a dwarf that is doing a lot of physical labor will gain strength trait, which is listed in, I think, the green text above their description. That is technically still sort of a skill because they are gaining strength as part of doing other things. Whereas if a dwarf just hangs around and eats cake all day, then they will become, fat and lazy. Yeah, I don't know. We're kind of SOL. What's under the glass category? Glass? I already clicked it. Like rough glass? It's literally glass. It's just glass. That's like 3 kinds of clear glass you can bring in. Wouldn't be powders, wouldn't really be extracts, wouldn't be fish, wouldn't be anything. Yeah, so, I don't know. It's gonna be fun. Because, like, I can request gems, but they're just gonna bring cut gems. I don't know. What are we shit out of luck about? Chat, what are we shit out of luck about? This is an awareness test. They want rings and powder. All right. I know, I acknowledged it and stated I would do it after I was done trading and after the ads ended. Kurawa, thanks for informing me of a thing that I verbally responded to in my chat. I'm well aware. Gems are not stones, they're gems. They're not in the stone category. I can't request rough gems is the issue. There is a rough glass section, but there isn't a rough gems section. Rip further moving dwarves? Meh, not necessarily. So, Aiden, you wanted a carpenter. Well, I've got one woodworker up there. I've also got several bowyers. Yeah, I'm sure that it'll happen again. I think it mostly just sucks that the first strange mood that we had happened to be a jeweler and a gem cutter. Like, there's only so much I can do about that, which is very little. Woodworker? I'm actually kind of surprised I don't have more carpenters. Aiden is impervious to the effects of stress, so rarely develops negative feelings towards things, is sometimes cruel, deliberately acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, doesn't seek out excitement, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and tends to consider what others think of him. He isn't particularly ambitious, he isn't curious about the world, and he begins speaking in monotone whenever he's angered. He snaps his finger when he's greeting somebody, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family and personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and finds leisure time wasteful, and respects the development of a skill and respects the law. And likes obsidian and billin, as well as white chalcedony and capybara tooth, pebbles, and tables in the sight of the petals of cavorting, and when possible, prefers to consume foxtail millet beer and absolutely hates moon snails. You don't have any families, but you are friends with the outpost liaison, which is interesting. And you have a pet turkey named Fath. And I'm going to make you into a hunter. I'm also going to do another thing, which is I'm going to add a militia commander. I'm going to make this dwarf Seth. And we are going to make a Marksdwarf squad, which is going to be very simple. It's just going to be armor, non-specific, crossbows, shield or buckler, helm, if available, and I think that's what I'll call it. Crossbow basic. Save and confirm uniform. So this dwarf is going to go grab that, and also I'm going to just go into your inventory real quick and take you off of using that crossbow for the time being, and then I will set this to no orders after you go make some soap from Tala. And I'm going to go to you. We still making bone bolts. Jesus. It's a lot of bolts. Nah. I don't know how you appeal a ban through Discord. If you were banned, you were banned. It's not possible for you to have been banned in there without ever joining it. If you're trying to join my personal server, were you banned on a previous account? How old's your account? I don't really take ban appeals from my Discord server, so. And as for the community server, it's a good question. I'll have to ask some people about that. I'm glad that's a joke, Landrum. That's all good. Dracogen. And then I can help you then. XF. Can't help you then. I would try joining again in a few weeks, or a few days even, or a few hours. I mean, how long has it been, Draco? A couple months. Not that long. Is there something specific you're looking for, XF? Okay, so I just need bolts for you. Combat and training and bolts, specifically metal for combat. But currently, if I were to bet, probably most of the bolts are reserved for my hunters. It's kind of funny how all of the equipment just ends up getting reserved by your hunters pretty quickly. There you go. So now that you've done all this, this dwarf is gonna die pretty soon. Where is that giant raven? It's this one. Tell you to go stand here. This dwarf is legendary. And also I need more brews. Hello. Yeah, we'll just set up some repeating jobs. Think your notifications for me are broken? I mean, I don't know why that would be the case, but... your dwarves are fused to sew yarn into cloth. You have tons of thread. Any idea how to fix and what caused this? It's sort of, well, okay. You have to spin the threads. Oh, did it move? It did. You have to spin the threads at a farmer's shop first, which isn't the most straightforward. It is still kind of weird telling them to, you know, kill something that can fly. They're like, no valid target. It's like, yeah, duh. I mean, there's also like yak hair can't be made into cloth, but it looks like it should be able to. But it can be used as part of stitches, in case you weren't confused enough. Well, I'm somebody who, like, as a habit, turns off all notifications, Draco. Because I find notifications to be really annoying. So I'm, like, maybe the worst model YouTuber of all time. Some migrants have arrived. Just need this thing to fly away. Turns out, scaring the shit out of a giant raven is a pretty good way to get it to move. See, overcome by terror and it just flies away. Whee! Look at that. I'm kind of trying to get him to leave the map. Well, these ones are neutral, so these ones are weird. The ones that are hostile, they'll probably operate exactly the same as Mark Stores, which is they just shoot at him. Reload and then shoot at him, if I were to bet. Like, these guys just aren't leaving. What if I told you to go stand down here? Let's also go to brew, ski. Let's make rock blocks, do that on repeat. Go up to here. Make rock blocks, do that on repeat. Let's just use closest material. Just gonna make a string of bedrooms. I just realized I've screwed this up horribly. Have I? I think I have. Okay, so space of 2. Space of 2. Yeah, no, I didn't. Screwed this up horribly. Oh, well, let's just do it this way. It'll be easier this way. Make a big old floor. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Yeah, sounds or otherwise. Is Dwarf naming an acceptable option for name something? Yeah, that's like the main use for it, if anything. Uh-oh. That was not intended at the end there. Was that dwarf finally found dead? Yeah, he was. It's a shame, but not much I can really do about it. Those should be walls, not floors. Now that you've been found dead, you should get assigned to this. And there go the swords, dwarves. It's a shame, but they ask for gems. Which, in good faith, I cannot let the dwarves have. Okay, so you're over here just, like, freshly run away in fear, probably. Although if I did actually want stuff to attack me, I could just hack down a bunch of trees. Not that I really want things to attack me, but I can probably also make a squad at this point. Need to find some other dwarves that would be decent in a squad. Like, I think UGDPY would be okay, but he just kind of hates everything. The thing that I really need, though, is I need to get my Marksdorf's training again. because currently they're not. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to do that first. So I'm going to make a archery range. Plunk it down right there. Let's go north, get them training here. Set you guys to training. Go to here, do archery spot, that and that. Go along the spot right there. Let's just go ammo for just bolts. For some reason gets painful? Do you get like eczema or something in your ears? 'Cause that sucks. I used to, or I get like pain with like on-ear headphones and closed back headphones if I wear them for too long. But open ear are fine, but not many normal human beings own open ear headphones. So I guess that's kind of understandable. Holy shit. Well, at least training works. My God, that's a lot of fucking bolts you just used. Did y'all see that? Chad, did you guys see that? Did you see the speed at which this dwarf shot? I think to me, it highly depends on like the strength of the clamp, and I find that open back are much weaker. I mean, just... That's just like something. You dream of mastering a skill. Are you brave? Impolite and inconsiderate. Avoids physical confrontations. Well, that's good. All right. Thank it. You could thank it me later. Holy, right, yeah. No kidding. Oh, this whole squad needs this. Grabbed a crossbow. Let's also make some leather armor as we get there. And let's slaughter some goats. Or actually, whatever I can. Slaughter that calf. I basically just have billy goats now that I'm looking. Oh, I see there's one up there. Let's do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. I am not a big fan of in-ear earbuds, and I'm also not a huge fan of cheap headsets. That being said, I really like over-ear headphones and studio headphones, like nice quality stuff. Just because I find them to be so much easier on my head, I guess. I'm just flapping in very inconvenient spots. But they're also not, like, being mean just yet. We'll find out. I think since I have so many dwarves now, I'm also just going to go over to here. And actually put 2 more carpenter shops in. Because right now I actually don't have that many. This is all alder. I'm just not a big fan of Bluetooth headphones in general. I always either forget to charge them, which you can just say skill issue, it's fine. I always either forget to charge them or I forget to, I either find either the audio quality isn't quite good enough for what I would like, or I forget to charge them, and I don't need to remember to charge another device. It really is a skill issue. Your stream crashed. You know, my YouTube dashboard has a habit of just crashing. YouTube is plugin the Beer Dynamics, which is a name that I'm convinced I'm saying incorrectly, but tale is old as time as far as I'm concerned. Really? I thought I had more cherry blocks than that. I guess not. What are these? Apple wood floor. Oops. Totally deleted the wrong one. I'm sure this is safe, right? Definitely. Got those statues up. Dwarf with a good beard. I'll just tell you right now, if your dwarf remains Mason, you are almost 100% guaranteed to die if you become... Well, not 100%. You're much more likely to die if you go into a strange mood. Also, we do not have any stone mining, so you're going to become a different dwarf, but... Torstein Longbeard. We are not digging, so masonry isn't really a skill here. However, you are making bricks of soap, which is just about as important. He cleaves an austere lifestyle, disdaining in even minor immodesties in appearance, and is in a constant state of internal rage. He often acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't seek out excitement. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He can handle stress and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is slow to trust others and tries to keep his things orderly. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Yeah, it depends on where you live, but I used to use active noise canceling headphones when walking around outside, and I live somewhere that's really quiet now, and I'm like constantly behind on my podcasts now because I don't bring my headphones when I go outside as much. We could grab a pickaxe and be part of the demolition crew. I mean, if they moved here, they knew what they were doing. He personally sees introspection as important and dreams of raising a family, and likes dacite and black bronze, as well as resin opal, masked lovebird leather, and saltwater crocodile bone, the color buff, short swords, shields, and reindeer for their large herds. And the words of the fragrant orbs and the sight of the aquamarine of boulders of impossible prefers to consume yak cheese, long yam plants, and quinoa beer, and permeral amaranth flour, and absolutely hates cave spiders. So there we go. Also, chat, something I would like to note, because we're getting into the stream a little bit now. We've been, live with dwarfs probably for about 4.5 hours. We still got a bit of dwarfs left. But I would like to do a run of Jupiter Hell Classic because that game got a new patch on Monday. So I want to see the new stuff, and it's mostly early game stuff that was added, but there's also some mid and late game stuff that's been added. So I kind of want to do like a medium difficulty run of that game and just go see some new stuff. So that's something we'll be doing a little later tonight. Look at that hog. Aren't they big? And don't be fooled. This is a goat. Do not be fooled. They're giant wild boars. I'm very sad that the giant wild boars don't have giant wild piglet sprites. They just have the adult sprite their whole lives. But they're adorable. Could have fooled you. It says there. It says it right on the tin. Wouldn't it be trans species though? At that point, like if you're gonna make that joke, like wouldn't it be species if because he's a goat? That or it's just like the English misinterpreting everything that every native peoples told them when they were busy colonizing the Americas or the rest of the world, and that's why we have so many places that are just named after like the indigenous word for lake or mountain. It could be like that situation, It's like goat. Oh, okay. Utah. I actually don't know what Utah stands. What Utah actually means, but groceries on porch. You should go get those. That's important. Also, I've got an apple tree back here. Look at that. Cool. I don't have any hunting tasks happening. What's up with that? Guess there just isn't enough huntable critters. Word for people in their language? Oh yeah, fair. I mean, it's the rational, logical response to that question, but... Okay. That happened in Australia. They asked the natives, they said kangaroo. That's what they called animal. The place I lived... Well, Canada's quite literally Big River, right? I always have to like reconfirm this because I can never quite remember. Because where I used to live is either Big River or Lake. Like the town I used to live in. And I always confuse the two of them, but I'm pretty sure Canada literally just means Big River. Canada means village? Okay, so then the place I used to live meant Big River. We're going to get hit by some ads in about 15 seconds, and I will pause the game during that. Now, I just have Model Village stuck in my head by Idols. Pretty banger track, just saying. It's a shame they don't play that song live anymore. Although, literally not performing a song live because it's too stressful is like a kind of a genuine mood. But I do like that song. They had many languages. Does Mississippi also mean Big River? Oh, it means Great River. Right. I feel very uneducated having this whole discussion. It's like I feel just like an absolute mongrel. Which honestly, in some subjects, it's fair. It's not an inaccurate statement. America isn't in Canada, Sag. Yeah, but Canada is in America, which is like... Sorry, that's a bit of a mind fuck. I mean, learning about why it happened is, or should be education. Which is why we have lovely individuals such as, like, Milo Rossi on the internet. I'll be honest, I do actually know a lot of this stuff, but I know extremely, like, localized information about where I live here and the area that I grew up in. I don't know a ton outside of that. So, like, if you try and, like, quiz me on, like, I don't know, any kind of indigenous culture stuff outside of, like, the lower mainland British Columbia, I don't know shit. But, like, lower mainland and, like, Vancouver Island and the Gulf Islands, I know a little bit. I know enough. Linguistics, and she explained to you how many words and language origins come from cooking recipes because they survived the time and were very common. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, go watch Milo Rossi videos. Put out a video on Pompeii recently. It was very good. Cheers from Bellingham. I can almost see you from my porch. Not quite, but I'm in Victoria on Vancouver Island, so there are some. If I strain my neck at a certain angle on the roof of my building, not my porch, I can sort of see the U.S. Not quite Bellingham, though. If I was one building further to the left or right, it would be much easier, actually. So you're going to go grab your leather armor, probably. And your quiver. There you go. Now you can go start training your bolts. That's some fancy leather armor. Look at that. It's got like a little necklace thingy on it. That's kind of nifty. That's kind of nifty. I like the look of that. I really like making bedrooms like this in like partial above ground and above ground constructions. I think they just look so neat. Like, it's just kind of a fun process for me. Like, I know so many people talk about like building above ground in Dwarf Fortress being annoying or tedious or slow, and I'm just like, I like the outcomes so much that the process is like fun for me. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not that difficult. It just takes a little bit of time. A fortress dying of ghosts. I made a fortress that died of ghosts, although I had to try really hard and eventually turn off the migrants so that they would actually die of ghosts, but like, no matter how hard I tried, the fortress refused to fucking die. Like, I ended up just digging too deeply and greedily to make it die. Because those dwarves were just too resilient. Actually, let's do this. Let's do that. Let's make the bottom half birch. Aquifers are wonderful. Like, at the very least, I have plenty of rivers here, so I don't need to worry about water, but aquifers are one of the loveliest mechanics in this video game. If you know how to use them, you can do so many cool things with them. I want to see somebody doing some really cool stuff with aquifers, and I taught him everything he knows. Maybe not everything, but at least gave him a lot of ideas. Is Deep Space. Deep Space does some really neat things with aquifers. Highly recommend watch his stuff on this here platform. And the, like, disinformation of aquifers being bad is questionable. Now, heavy aquifers are, I would describe as I dislike them. Not a big fan of heavy aquifers. That being said, light aquifers, love. This looks like a fancy chalet dwarven condo. Yeah, that or a very sketchy outdoor Japanese capsule hotel. But yeah, it's kind of got like a chalet look to it a little bit. Your dwarf's still around. How you doing, Susie? On a north-facing hillside? I'll grab a really big sign and hold it up on the beach, Eslandrum. You know, chat, I thought I couldn't do it. You probably thought I couldn't do it, but look at the moods. We're finally recovering slowly. Okay, chat, I'm gonna do something. No, you didn't die. I was just telling you you were still alive, Susie. Now, you might call this cheating, but directly this is actually making the game harder for me. I want something else to appear on the map. I mean, we got 86 beer. Why do we need to sippy from the stream? No, your dwarf's actually one of the is actually the happiest dwarf in the fort. So the opposite of doing something naughty. Unless you're doing something naughty, which is why you're the happiest dwarf in the fort. What giant ravens? Dead giant ravens. Like the one this one just saw dead. Yeah. Also, you felt fondness after giving birth to a baby boy, which is why you're super duper duper happy, I think. Also, I wanted to say thank you to everybody who's watched the news video I uploaded this morning so far, because it's already up to 7,300 views. I mean, it's slowed down quite a bit, but it's doing really well for a news video, which is nice. It has been a while since a news video has done well. I guess it's been a while since an update is released that people are actually interested in. So I think that's probably got a lot to do with it. I mean, yeah, that would be really funny if that happened, hey? If one of them just came falling down and, like, a dwarf got crushed by a falling giant raven. That would be kind of beautiful, actually. Would be an opportunity to have a good hearty laugh. That's for sure. So your dwarves sometimes lock up their alcohol for months to conserve. What do you... Are you suggesting that you starve your dwarves of alcohol? Ah, I think I'm under attack. By agitated storks. Speaking of wouldn't it be funny? We are under attack by agitated storks. That's what showed up after I got rid of the ravens. It's just really funny that they're storks. If you are forcing your dwarves to drink alcohol, you are an absolute criminal. Or forcing your dwarves to drink anything but alcohol, you are a criminal. And a horrible, horrible individual. And look at that. We've killed one stork. Let's see how my other one does. What the fuck wrong with the birds here? Damn, exactly. And also, I can't tell if you're just, like, memeing or if you're, like, bragging about being mean to your dwarves because, like, I do genuinely read that as just being horribly mean to your dwarves. Hits it in the foot, severed part sails off in an arc. How many have you killed? Definitely at least one, because there's a foot on the ground. Yep, you killed one. How many are left? 2? But yeah, chat, please back me up here and inform our ill-informed, ill-advised friend that no, you do not in fact want to let your dwarves drink from the river. Alcohol is for cleaning wounds. That's like making humans drink vinegar. In fact, that may be worse. Pure vinegar as your only form of sustenance? Bet. I disagree with this. I think you are I think that you know, it's funny. Chad always accuses me of being an elf in disguise. I think you are an elf in disguise. Or even worse, like a goblin overlord in disguise who's just like here to torture the dwarves and make them regret their very existence. Oops, there goes another one. Splat. Because no dwarf deserves a fate such as that. Such a cruel existence. But no, seriously, dwarves are 70% alcohol. Like, you know how humans need, like, water to not die? Dwarves literally need alcohol to not die. Well, I mean, they can exist without it, but, like, they will become malnourished and weak and distracted. Don't forbid my used ammunition, please. Stop doing that. Ah, now it begins. Chat, it begins. Everybody, inside get. Also, you saying sippy from the stream for some reason sends shivers down my spine, and I don't know why. Unrelated, but that line of text disturbs me, and I am at a loss as to why, precisely. Also, Dwarf Fortress does unironically kind of exist in an era where, like, alcohol probably safer than water. Shen, thanks a ton for the raid. What's up, dude? Welcome, raiders. It's an exciting day for the Dwarf Fort community because we just got some footage of the new Siege stuff that's coming. Not out yet, but big day. What are you guys playing? Jack, can I get a round of beers? Because you should not give your dwarves water, nor force them to drink water. It's inhumane and cruel. They may not complain immediately, in a way that is obvious, but they don't enjoy it and wish they were unexisted if you do that. This is just a PSA from me to you, in the form of a Twitch chat welcome. But, like, not even just, like, you know, buying processed cat food later on. Like, literally making your cat eat lettuce. Why are you naked, kiddo? Just make some clothing for that kid. But if you guys don't know Shen, Shen plays a variety of strategy games and games with trains and games for smart people. So if you like strategy games or games with a lot of trains, you might like Shen and what Shen does. Check out his stuff. And thanks a ton for the raid, guys. Welcome, raiders. My name's Greg. I play too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. That's about it. Really. And there are agitated giant wild piggies coming to murder me. Look at this army of hogs. Oh man, I should have fortified that. Tisk. Oh well. When they pop through the other side, maybe we can get some shots off. I'm gonna have some very talented dwarves. Your account got hacked and you forgot who you followed. The reasons people have for losing access to their account is always fascinating to me because no two people have the same story. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I forgot the account name. It's like sometimes my account got hacked. Sometimes it's like, oh, I stopped using that one because I didn't like the name and it was too long before I could change it again. And it's like, all right, I just forgot the password. But like, I'm always like curious about the account got hacked one because like, what was your what was your password? Just like, it's my password 123. Like, I always wonder about that. But regardless, welcome back. But now you can go follow Shan as well. It's a child who's grew up to being a child from a baby, and babies don't equip clothing. And one. We got another breeding pair of giant wild piggers. Pigums. Nothing in Dwarf Fortress can be used as mounts. Actually, I'm not positive. At 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 cage traps. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, there's a lot. And, you know, before you go saying that bone bolts are weak, this dwarf is just repeatedly hitting this guy in the head with bone bolts. Just smack. Like, I mean, we'll take some of them out. The ones we don't get. Oh, actually, we'll catch one more over there. So we'll get at least 3. You know, honestly, I can't even help you here, Dwarf. I don't know what you're doing over here. Nor do I know why you're over here. I mean, it's unfortunate that, like, things have had to go this way, but, like, you know, it is an inevitable reality. I think I know what happened. They were going for the cages. So, yeah. Let's send these squads down here. Maybe we can save some of these dwarves, potentially. What are you doing? This guy's winning. He's actually winning. Come on, man. You got this. Keep punching him. Now we're talking. Oh, he's biting him. Even better. See, biting him in the left front hoof even, but the attack glanced away. Jesus, I wonder why. I feel like that's like a flattering way of saying I got kicked in the face. I bit his foot. Get out here, dwarves. Oh no. Let's see how this goes. You're doing a lot of dodging, bleeding, and now you're dead. Well, that's unfortunate. Is Abel still alive? I don't think so. No, he's still around. Did you win? Oh my god, he did. What a fucking dwarf, man. Where are you going? Oh, okay. Just like pile driving directly towards this piggy. Now you're fighting with another one. Oh, now you've met your... Tried so hard and got so far, and in the end, well, you shouldn't even tried. I'm gonna see if I can actually station you up here instead of out there, because that seems safer. Now we just need to wait for the last few. If they just stayed inside, everything would have been fine. Okay? Like, all of this would have been totally fine if they just stayed inside. But they didn't. And that's on them. That is, in fact, on them. Hog fever. Feeling the fever of the hog. Let's just go... Clear glass coffins. Let's get some of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Currently there is... 1, 2, 3, 4. Sweet, we're getting there.
Thanks for the content.
Appreciate it, Arno. Where'd you go there, Dwarfy? Going up in atoms, I hope? Oh, nice. Now we're talking. Just opening fire on this guy. There goes another one, right there. Now you're going outside to pick up equipment with no bolts. Excellent. You're going to go pick up the, what? The survival? Oh, I see. You picked up the bolts off the body of that dwarf and immediately fired all the bolts. Like, instantly. Man, we're going to get a lot of bacon out of this one. Us over here, we can start making drinks. Besieged by the hogs. Yep. Wow. Where did you hit it? Bolt strikes it in the upper body, tearing the muscle. Strikes it in the head, tearing apart the muscle. Strikes it in the head, tearing apart the muscle. And strikes it in the front hoof. And it glances away. And then strikes it in the head, which tears apart the muscle. Man, getting assaulted by boars. You know what? I'm just going to throw in anybody who seems like they've seen a weapon before. Because turns out I actually need quite a few soldiers, like stat. And I've told them to all go station up here. Uh-oh, that doesn't seem good. Maybe don't do that. Oh, well, you got caught in a cage, so it's fine. You're going for where for what? Something, somewhere for something. Oh, it's definitely this dwarf. Has the highest kill count. 5 kills. Uh-oh. So we've lost Alf, Silas, and Silas has been missing for a week, apparently. Don't know where they ended up. You're just gonna walk past it? That's great. I could forbid bolts, and then they wouldn't do this as much, but I'm just very amused by this whole situation. I will give you a dwarf in a momente, Laya. Chat room, can I please get a big round of beers for Aranamo keeping that sub alive for a 28th month? Please and thank Miss. Another dwarf's been found dead. Wait, I knew that one was dead. Okay, so that's what, 5 dwarves? Oh, this isn't in the burrow. I fucked that up. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That's still 5. You did get your giant wild hog, though. Which is maybe worse? I'm not sure, actually. Let's just get them training dodging up here. And just do... That's not cherry. That's birch. I guess I won't be doing cherry. Or I'll just wait a little bit. What's still on the map? 2? Where are they? Let's see, do they all have bolts? They almost all do, so I will send them out here. I mean, we're Dwarven Luddites, okay? You have to give these dwarves a break. Shot off its nose. And then the other one's down here in the river. Which, honestly, it's probably wise that we just leave it in the river. See if I can move them up closer. They go away. Okay. There you go. Now you're all focused. That's what I want to see as you run away in fear. Okay, so I got a lot of work I got to do now. I got to get stuff inside. I got to get wild boars trained and slaughtered. We got to get probably more bolts made even. No, we're still making bolts, so that part's good. You know, a scuba hog or an aqua hog sounds like an actual product that you would buy for boating. Okay, they're just shooting at this guy now. Who's unconscious. Maybe he'll go over the edge? Oh, that'd be fun. He's experiencing mortal fear and overcome by terror, panicking, and is slipping and sliding, and come on, fall! You know you want to! Fall! Oh, man. Laia, do you have preference of job, or just beardless? Are you out of ammo or something? Ah. That's why they're running away in fear. I should also actually just send them up to here, because it's safer. And ammo's closer. Wait, what? Yeah, you should go pick up equipment, I think. You're over here just, like, picking up that one bolt? Is that what's happening? What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to not do this anymore? That dwarf's having a problem. Certainly having a moment. There you go. Unload all of your bolts into this guy down here. Yeah, something's up with this. That's bizarre. I think what I'm actually just going to do is I'm just going to make upper front wall. And just going to do this, 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 this. Front wall. Oh, did I not? Oh, fuck. I'm not confirming any of this. Let's not screw this up. I mean, I'm extremely OCD, but the thing that I've learned is that OCD is not created equal and everybody has a slightly different flavor of it. Uh-oh. You just got startled by something. What are we getting attacked by? It's just the giant wild boars? That's funny. All right, the next thing I gotta do is I gotta make a metal armor dwarf. I'm gonna give to Susie, who's a competent fighter apparently. And I'm going to remove you from mining. Give that to somebody else. I know that we're not digging, but two things are not the same thing. And I need you to go be on duty right now. I'm just going to pause the game until the ads are done. Is that a nose on the gun? Oh, there's multiples. The boring walls, is that what you were saying? Actually, did that hog go down the waterfall? No, it's not. This is very good at swimming, which means this dwarf will probably go down the waterfall, actually. Have to be careful. Which means you can now go stab this thing to death. Let's see how this dwarf does, chat. Wish this dwarf luck. If they try to swim, they may die. So hope they don't try to swim. What do you think? Is this dwarf dead? Or is this dwarf going to make it? His daily laps in the pool. That's a lot of laps, man. Let's see. That's one dead. Now, quit stationing. Okay, the other squad I'm then going to send over here. Although, oh my god, there's another round. All right, so I think what I'm going to need to do is keep everybody inside. And let's go a slightly different route with this. Let's make 2 more mechanisms. And where's all of these boars coming from? Okay, so they are up here. Well, this will be interesting. Also another death. Don't know where. Did they fall down the waterfall? I wonder. A lot of bolts did. Zachris has been found dead. Where? Ah. Okay. Well, that answers that. Laura was also found dead. This is a little silly, but there ain't too much I can do about it, unfortunately. At the moment. We're just kind of in this now. Because they got here way quicker than I was expecting, so all I can really do is just let this happen. I'll look through the list of who's dead in a moment. And we'll go through the medical tasks in a, like, when I get the chance. As far as dwarves that have died, basically everybody. Lore's died, UGDPY is dead, Archsuzi's dead, Biologist is dead, Zachris is dead, Silas is dead, Silas is, yeah, well, Silas was found dead after dying. I have a spear dwarf. You're gonna go grab that spear dwarf. Boar Force coming in strong. It's Boar Force 1, that's for sure. Well, good news is I don't need to make more bedrooms now. That's the good news. Okay, actually, I don't need you. Let's throw in somebody else. Anybody else? Where are you? Okay, so the only thing I can really do at the moment is just go, how many do we need? Casket 20, 30, I guess? Make them out of, well, actually, not going to be specific, just make them out of wood. Let's make them anywhere. The Great Boar Siege of 325 is what this is. Oh, hey, they broke through.
Oh, hey, it's that time for number to go up.
Steve lost all of his clothing.
The stream is not boring.
Devilish Potato chat, can I please get a really big round of beers for our favorite Devilish Potato in the chat? Yeah, you keep leaving. All right, so this Let's just add all of this into the burrow. Fuggables. Oh, the good news is that Dwarf didn't drown in the river. They were able to get out of the water, so that's good. I don't have a hospital at the moment. I'm gonna have to change that. That was the hospital, but... I'm actually gonna go up to here and just, like, nuke every single job that isn't, like, immediately mission critical. Oh, we've also got agitated ravens in here. So that's fun. The next thing I'm going to do... So I'm just going to try and train all of these, and then we're going to just see if we can move them all into one cage. Let's also go back to tasks. Laya, you wanted a beardless dwarf. Let's get you a beardless dwarf like right now before I do anything else. This one is stuck, so we're gonna give you that. You have two very pissed off wolves. I don't know why your wolf why your crows are named Kristoff, but you have two very Kristoff crows. Yes. She's very quick to anger, tries to keep her things orderly, and she often feels discouraged. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She likes to brawl, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she is open to changing her mind, and she can handle stress. Good. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is stubborn. She dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. Good luck, and believes that peace is preferable to war. Well, this isn't war, per se. She likes bismuth, pink tourmaline, crystal glass, the color crimson, helms and trousers, and the words of the fragrant orbs. She likes the sight of the portals of Caverding, and when possible prefers to consume bilberry, wine, and macadamia nuts, and hates rats, which is the least accurate thing about you. But you have a pet cavy, so there is that. And most of your friends are dead. Well, a bunch of them are. Although I think that goes for just about everybody in the fort at the moment. Fragrant Orbs is the name of a musical or poem or song or something. It's usually a song in these cases. Ah, there's just dead, agitated ravens everywhere. Lovely. Of which there are still 3, but... Okay, so let's go here and just slowly start moving the giant wild boars that have some training over to here. And then let's also start placing coffins once the dwarves have made them. Like, you are freaking me out there. Wait, actually, aren't you? You're one of my friendlies, aren't you? Yeah, no, you should be over there. Oh, I see. It's a trained one I'm putting over there. So you go over there. Sweet. They're all just going to be eaten, but we'll take them. Oh, I do have a hospital. Shit. Okay. In that case... Okay, actually, hold on. Here's what I need to do. This squad needs like half the dwarves in it. Okay, Tyrantos. You're a mason, you can be a surgeon. Internal organ just like rock, right? And you're a boyer, you can be a bone doctor. Cog, the thresher's been found dead. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Chat, fill your friend in here. If nobody clipped that, then that was a failure on our part, I think. I think we could also probably pretty safely say everything changed when the Hog Nation attacked. Evil duck? I'm not sure. I mean, ravens, yes. Duck? What? Good news is we are butchering a lot of animals. Like, we're getting a lot of these butchered, so that's good. We didn't even see them coming. Well, I mean, we did, but I tried to ignore them. It didn't go so well. It's going to take us a little while to get all this stuff put away. Are we getting attacked again yet? Not at the moment, just giant ravens. I'll take giant ravens. Is there any other ones that have not been assigned to this that are trained yet? Hold on, actually, you over here. T-A-M-E. Okay, you're tame. You can come over here. You don't need to be in there. You're not one of them. Okay, so I'm not going to train all of them. Because I think that if you still have an agitated animal, then more of those agitated animals won't appear. So I'm going to train you, and I'm going to train you. But the other one I'm just going to leave. You know, all I can say is if geese attack you for no reason, you are really bad around any kind of wild animal. Because I've managed to never get attacked by a goose in my life. Hobo, how are you? It's good to see you, mate. And I'm forever going to be baffled about supposedly most of humanity's inability to just be neutral with geese, which are pretty peaceful, nice animals for all intents and purpose. They attack your car? You know, if I didn't get arrested, I'd probably do the same thing. What we really need is we just need some goose laws so that the goose can, you know, enforce better goose practices amongst the goose. You know, if I were to, like, defend a prison with something that was a bird, I'd probably use, like, emus. So does duck. What's your point, Mooncat? How bad's your injury? Ability to grasp lost? Oof. Received splints, dressings. maybe when those splints come off, you'll be able to use your hands again. That'd be nice. All right, I need a weaver. That's something I really need that I've been putting off. I still maintain that the good news about this whole calamity, if you could call it that, is that I don't need to catch up on bedrooms anymore. All caught up. That's the good news. That's the good news. Always look on the bright side, you know? I got that pun the first time I saw it in chat, and this is not the first time I've seen it in chat. Hekios. Right, I need a mechanism for that. Okay, so how bad is the enemy? Okay, let's do this. Let's get some dwarves buried if we can. Set them both to no orders. Please go help, dwarves. Go pick up the equipment you need. Placing items in tombs, that's what we need. More of that. I need to figure out where to put more unfortunate end dwarves. Was that indoor? Is that... No, it needs to be out. It needs to be indoors, not outdoors. Well, we can build these as reminders of our failures. Although, actually, I should have done the -C, but oh well. Are you asking me that? I don't play RimWorld. Or rather, I haven't played RimWorld outside of one singular charity event since 2019? 18, maybe? Probably 19, actually. So I don't know. I burnt out on it so hard that I just never went back. Kind of unfortunate on one hand, but, you know, it happens. Not really, because RimWorld's still very flat, though. I get the joke, though. Or I didn't initially, but I do now. Like, I feel like in order for it to feel like RimWorld, it would also need to be a completely flat map. Which I could have done, you know. Maybe not there. What do you guys think of just like plopping these tombs down everywhere? I think they kind of look nice in a weird way. Like, they're grim, but I don't think it does. I'm not going to say it doesn't suit the fort, okay? Okay, so they're all trained. Let's go up to here and just type in train. I do. I mean, I played RimWorld when it was still in early access. I think I just honestly, I burnt out on it really hard. Like, it's just, I don't know if you've ever played a game so much that you're like, I never want to play this again, but I definitely hit that point with RimWorld. It's maybe the game that I hit that with the hardest in my life. I do hope this dwarf gets their ability to use their hands back. I mean, RimWorld is a game that was designed to mimic a lot of the mechanics in Dwarf Fortress, and it succeeded in some ways, and it failed horrendously in others. And I think where that game is good, I think that game is very good. I think when it fails, I think it is just kind of underwhelming if you're expecting Dwarf Fort. That doesn't mean it's a bad game. It just means it's not Dwarf Fort. That's all. Oops, that's not the button I wanted, but it is what it is. I'll just bury whatever. Hunavira, thank you very much for the 24th month. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Please and thank you. Yeah, hair is useful and usable for stitches. Something about that that's terrifying. I think we may have finally caught up with the number of dwarves that need to be buried. Yeah, Contraman, for sure. What can a dwarf do if they have no hands? Paperwork, ironically. They mostly do, like, administration work or performing. Holy shit, it's October. Correct. It is, in fact, October. A random animal poutine. You said random, and you didn't specify. This giant sponge is now is shameless and unfazed by the thoughts of others, greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, is uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and can sometimes act without deliberation, is stubborn and sometimes is quarrelsome, and is quick to form negative views about things. You're welcome. It's Poutine. He's not friendly. Do not pet. Seriously, like, do not, under any circumstances, pet. Is not friendly. Does not bite, necessarily. Can sponges bite? I don't think he bites. But I haven't tried petting. The sponge is angry and will squish you. You think they just inhale? That's kind of concerning. Actually, I don't really know how sea sponges eat. Do they dissolve or do they have mouth parts? Anyways. Labor, standing orders, sieges. That's just during sieges, so they should be rearming these traps then. But currently they're all still placing items in tombs. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's just go down here. I'm just gonna throw a loom in here. That's bismuth. I don't want you to use bismuth. The good news, as I was saying earlier, is I got tons of bedrooms now. I mean, some dwarves don't have bedrooms yet, which is unfortunate, but way ahead in the bedrooms. Way ahead. I don't know, that's part of the reason why I feel like we should just, like, respectfully observe the ocean from a safe distance, but not actually go near it. You know? But he's really freaking mad. I'd also be mad if I was a king and was forced to be the tavern keeper and not just have a tavern keeper. I feel like that comes with the alongside of the job description of being the king, you're allowed to have, you know, some level of neurotic self-importance. I'm a little concerned as to why the dwarves are not replacing these cages. Oh. Okay. I'm just wondering if there was a command to get those seeds out of here. You don't... What did you name your dwarf, Famimore? I actually don't remember what you named your dwarf. Because when people name dwarves things that are not their Twitch chat name, I have no idea who the fuck you are. To put immortal? Oh, yeah, well. Sure. Yes, I wouldn't say you're a doctor. You do the task because somebody has to. But I wouldn't necessarily say that you are a doctor. I'm sorry, what does processing a cabbage do? Today I learned you needed to process cabbages. What? No, dwarf therapists are the queen, or any nobles that you have in a fort. Whereas dwarf therapist is just proof of failed game design and UX design. Separates the leaves? Sure, I just didn't realize they had to do that. I mean, you learn something every day, right? So, for those of you who don't know, I've complained about this several times today. I'm going to mention it again because it's getting a little annoying at the moment. Currently, BC Liquor is on strike. And there's a group that have decided to protest about a block from where I live. Which is fine. I fully support them in their strike. They should do what they need to do. However, every single car that drives past them honks at them. Which is nice. I hope it's a short strike. I just hope it's a short strike. That's all I got. Just really hope it's a short strike. That'd be nice. Yeah, good luck to them, but I hope it's a short strike. I'm pretty done with this already. These poor dwarves. You know, moods still aren't that terrible. It could be a lot worse. Alright, well... I'm gonna go out here and do this.
Cheese for everyone!
What about it? Got new processing operations to get the parts? Oh yeah, probably. That would make sense. I wonder if that changes how you cook them then. Actually, now I'm curious. Hold on, let me check something. Okay. I can specify. good to know. I think that might actually be new in this patch. That's what strikers want. I think they, well, I mean, that cheddar in the, like, slang term sense. Now I got some thread, which is going to go down here and be weaved into cloth. I'm going to make a place for processing bodies down here. How's the tan going for these dwarves? Well, after we get all the red dye out of the clothes, not too bad. Not too bad. I really hope that that siege update is coming sooner than I'm still expecting it to not be out for a while. Like, I'm kind of thinking, like, maybe we'll see it by, I don't know. I'm kind of hoping by, like, we'll have something substantial by December is kind of what I'm expecting personally. But that footage coming out this morning has me a little hopeful now. Look at me, setting myself up for disappointment. In real time. The poutine must grow. I must feed it bodies, yeah. We must sacrifice bodies to the great sponge of the underflow. Or something along those lines. Makes you think it might not be that soon. I mean, there's somebody in my chat earlier today who was speculating. I was like, I think it might be out within the month based on what they're saying. I'm like, that'd be nice. It's kind of my take. You've made some progress on your idea for Web Legends and a major roadblock too. Yeah, it checks out. I mean, I think that there's higher priorities for things than running Legends remotely, but I digress. Someone suggested about every season the goblins come with empty wagons for loot. If they don't give X%, then they lay siege. I feel like they should only do that, though, if you're, like, too close to them. Like, they demand, like, financial tribute for being... Like, the thing is, like, I don't want, like, a scripted, they do this thing every year. John Doe in YouTube chat's talking about my comments about, like, demands and stuff. I don't want to... This is the thing that the goblins do. Like they currently have, which is we demand an artifact, and then if you don't give us the artifact, then please die. I don't like that. Whatever they do, I just want it to change from year to year and be different. I want to have a variety of different things that they could demand. I want to have a variety of different ways that they could try and fuck with us. I don't want it to just be a, yeah, they do this now. And I think it's very easy for that to be the solution, I think. A lot of ideas that people have, as good as they may be, often I look at that and I go, yeah, okay, so it would just be they do that now. Sounds a bit rich. Although that's just doing the dishes after Thanksgiving. A sponge covered in cheese and gravy. Although maybe not cheese in my household. Although I don't think doing anything for Canadian Thanksgiving. Unless my mom's gonna like surprise invite me to something.
For everyone!
Pretty sure I'm literally just staying home and not doing anything. Alright, so this is gonna be a big hole. Which is going to be a pit, and we'll drop stuff we don't want into the big hole. Next to the big hole is going to be a stockpile for things that need to go into the big hole. This big hole is going to be filled with corpses, specifically for now. I might add more to it later, but right now it's just going to be corpses. And I'm not going to automate anything at the moment. But I do need to put a roof on this. I think what I'll do actually is just put a ramp right here. And then just do this. The big hole? Oh, yeah. No, I ain't actually disposing of anything. It's just going to go straight into the river. The one nice thing about not ever building a fort where you don't ever hit the caverns is that you don't really need to worry anywhere near as much about frame rate drops as you would normally, because there's so much less that the game has to keep loaded. So I'm a lot less concerned about stuff like, oh, I'm just going to throw this shit in the river. But that's probably a much bigger, like my desires for it to not all be like the same every other year or every year also makes something like, you know, demanding tribute a much more involved mechanic, which would probably take longer, right? The simpler the mechanic, the less development time. Sorry, that's really funny, Bismuth. I shouldn't find that funny, but that's really funny. For reference, Bismuth said, so my mayor kept getting thrown in a cage for murder and it was legitimately interfering with the diplomacy, so I killed him. I shouldn't find that as funny as I do, but fuck me. That's really funny. What am I planting and brewing? Currently, we're planting my dead dwarves in coffins and brewing a herd of giant wild boar. And, actually, what kind of drinks do I have? Cherry wine. Bayberry wine. Rendered fat. Yeah, a lot of meals, though. Also just go over to the kitchen screen and see what we have over here. We got whip wine, sand pear cider, longland beer, bayberry wine, cherry wine. Nice. And I don't want to cook any of these. Apple cider and Kenwo beer. I mean, if you stand still enough, you can catch anything, right? Okay. It appears that we are out of cherry wood again. Now, do I risk the fortress once again to chop down more cherry wood? I think I do. Well, this fortress certainly hasn't been boring. Because the dogs keep chasing them away? I just, like, move your dogs further away. Give them less distance to travel. Also, yeah, just random cage traps scattered about in areas where they have to travel through. I would have way more cage traps, but this is literally all of the boulders I have in the whole fort. So my supply is a little limited, and my options are also very limited. Okay, I'm not entirely sure why nobody is loading a cage trap. No, somebody is. No, that's make bone bolts. Pause that. Just please, dwarves. Please. It's quite literally these, isn't it? Let's also go here and just make some wooden cages. Because I really need those refilled. You know, if that's all that you're getting, that's pretty good. Some people really like to be unnecessarily, I don't know if that's the right word to use, brutally mean in the Steam Workshop in general. So if all you're getting is like a funny slang mod, then yay, that's pretty good. I would call that a victory even. Now I want to know what they call dwarves in the Gen Alpha slang mod. Like, that sounds like a funny thing to use, like, specifically on April Fool's Day. Like, just a thing that would be amusing for, like, a run. I don't know if I would do more than that. Or, like, maybe just use it and play some adventure mode. Like, it's just like, oh, you know, it's like just seeing all of the silly things that they type in. Like, that could be funny for, like, a chunk of time. I'm not above it, that's for sure. Oh yeah, no, just like the throw button would just be yeet, right? Yep. And every time you throw, the dwarf would have to say yeet. Like I said, I think you just need to organize your dogs a little better. If you want to capture them, then you would restrain your pooches. So currently I'm having a little bit of a hard time believing that you actually want to catch them if you're just letting your dogs run wild like that. Also, is yeet really a Gen Alpha thing? I feel like that's a bit more of like a zoomer thing. Like how they just threw the whole freaking cage over? That's funny. Also, we're almost hitting... This is completely accidental and not something I did intentionally. We are almost hitting poutine. Is that a wild boar? Or is Laura one of mine? Pretty sure that's a wild boar. Okay, what are we... It's just the two crows? Gen Alpha's like after 2010, right? Like the oldest you could be in Gen Alpha is like 15, if I'm not mistaken. That sound... Because like 96... and later is Zoomers. Is Gen Z. I don't know. Chat room. I will say, I think this fort has been exceptionally successful. We have gained 10 dwarves, which is very good. The population has gone up by 10. I have this really weird piece of wood sticking out of the side of the fort, and, yeah. Everything's fine and dandy if you don't look at the coffins. But honestly, it could be going worse. I will say that. It could be going a lot worse. I mean, it's actually like a piece of construction equipment, Manticore, but I mean, maybe at some point. It's so that I can like build walls here without having to like, you know, risk my dwarves' lives. I feel like if a dwarf said this bitch empty, I would look at them directly and ask, are you a human? Because that does not seem like a thing a dwarf would say. Like, I'm not even like doing the like, oh, that's dwarfy, oh, that's not dwarfy thing. Like, that just genuinely does not seem like something a dwarf would say. I do actually kind of like everything is cooked. Like, referring to something as cooked to being like bad or broken or like fucked up or just messed up or, you know? Like, I actually kind of like it. Cooked is pretty good. I gotta give the slang kids that one. Cooked is pretty good. Especially because I could be wrong here, but I think cooked like originates from that Breaking Bad meme. Yeah, let him cook, exactly. Like it's Jesse, we have to cook, let him cook kind of thing. I don't know, I like that one. I think it's fun. I mean, as that troll is like slowly sinking into a volcano, right? Making a clear glass block. And then I'll be able to start doing this. You know what's funny is I know what all of those mean. Grind set, that Gen Alpha can't claim that. People were saying grind set before Gen Alpha was that. That's just slang. Gen Alpha certainly claimed it, but that one predates Gen Alpha. Have I acquired goat cheese yet? Quite a few. Kizzy, in YouTube chat. Quite a few. Quite a few chunks, if you will, of goat cheese have been acquired. This is going to take 10,000 years! But, you know, I think it'll be worth it. Based is also really old. Based has been, like, Based, Vibes, Groovy, and all that stuff has, like, been readapted a bajillion times. Like, I'm out of all of the slang that's currently popular, Vibes is my happiest one. I'm really happy that one's come back. Like, let's keep Vibes around for a while. I like these vibes. Although there is only one word that is like a thing that kids say that I disagree with, is wrong, and shouldn't be said. That's not what glazing means. I'm sorry, kids. It's not what glazing means. That's all. Although I feel this exact fucking same way about dabbing. When dabbing was a thing that people were saying, it's like, okay, like you can call it that, but that's not what that means. But okay, you can call it that. Sigma is just like, you know, just makes me think of frats. Considering, like, I watched an episode of Columbo last night where the bad guy was part of a club called the Sigma Club. And this is not a recent show. Well, Riz is like, came from like that kid YouTuber, right? That's just like kind of a meme. But yeah, the word's been around. Zachris, why do you still have this bed assigned to you? You're dead. That's silly. Everybody else is unassigned their beds when they've died like normal dwarves. Why not you? His ghost was sleepy. I mean, hey. I get that. I haven't slept well in a while. I mean, I will continue to use gooning as henchmen. To me, like, gooning is just kind of a context thing. Like, to me, the word goon, I will never really use it for what the kids think it's used for. Gooning is kind of just its own thing at this point. Like, they can have that. I'm willing to go halvesies on it, you know? I'm willing to go halvesies on gooning. Can you name the militia captain? You mean the one who's doomed to likely die very soon? Sure. This one? Because I think the other one's named already. Yeah, the one's already named. You can name this one, though. Yeah, goon is one thing. Goon is a minion. And gooning is something else. I like Clanker. Referring to AI models as clankers is really fucking funny. Like that is a like 2 thumbs up from yours truly here. Yeah, we're going halvesies on gooning, Bob. Right. Totally. That's what that's in me responding to YouTube chat. You know, I'll be honest with you. I haven't paid enough attention to thirst content to figure it out. So, I also don't know how to say your name, and I haven't said it out loud yet, so I'm just going to go with Fwam. You're Fwam now. You like named characters go about to fight? I mean, I'm not going to guarantee that you'll be good at it, but you can have it. Contra, man! Does not participate in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She's very greedy and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to not reveal personal information. She's quick to form negative views about things. She scratches her ear when she's thinking, and she licks her lips when she's nervous, and she becomes very focused during conversations when she's angry. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, but doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and personally sees romance as one of the highest ideals and values counting. Likes andesite as well as nickel and tanzanite and ibex hoof and cave swallowed tooth. The color plum, suns, picks, and gauntlets, and when possible prefers to consume beetroot wine, and absolutely hates purring maggots. I mean, she personally sees that romance as one of the highest ideals. You see a word, city kiddos see you use the word goon and immediately laugh at you. Yeah, well, you want to know the reality of being an adult? You have to go, yep. And then move on with your life. And not worry about it. Because kids are going to do that. If it wasn't that word, it'd be something else. That's just how kids work. I was a kid once. And if, like, it wasn't that specifically, or wasn't even a word that they use in, like, common speech, they would just come up with something else that they could point at and be like, you're saying it wrong! Because that's literally, like, step 1 of being a kid. Is make fun of the grown up. That is mission numero uno for child. And also wish that you were an adult and dream about how cool it will be to be an adult and wonder why they look at you funny when you say the silly thing, and then 10 years later go, man, why was I saying that shit? That's so fucking dumb. We've all been there. Is Clanker actually from Star Wars? I don't know. All I really know about Star Wars is jizz, and then they changed jizz, so I want to reclaim jizz. Speaking of dumb, unnecessarily horny things. I still stand by my statement that I've said many times in the past of like, does George Lucas know? Like, I know that they changed it. Like, I'm sure somebody's told him now, but like, did he know? Because like, I don't know a ton about the guy, but I know enough about him to be like, but like, did he know though? Me, when I realized that the streamer that you pulled up literally made the tutorial I have pulled up. It's really fun when like I pop into a random Twitch chat and they're like, I think I know you from somewhere. Oh, like, wait, you've made, wait, hold on, is this you? And they pull up the tab. I've definitely seen that before. It's always entertaining. You think George is a silly fellow? Sure. Okay, now we're getting a weaver who's making an artifact. Let's see how this goes. When you first booted up DF. So I'm presuming you want a clothes shop there, Dwarf, eh? Well, I don't really have a nice place to put it, so I will just throw it in the middle of everything. You know, there's some parts of this game I still don't know shit about, so don't worry. You're still one of us. Not sure why they're so uninterested in tossing that, but... Oh, they're probably considered refuse. Okay, so you grab rope breed cloth, nice. More rope breed cloth, also nice. Ah, artifact at the begin. Nice. I love the fact that we can just chuck shit off the edge of the map. This is great. Awesome. I mean, there were tile sets before. They just weren't all that common. Or rather, not everybody used them, I guess. I mean, this fort is in fact called Chopsick, so it is in fact a stick fort. All right. I think we've made some great progress today. We've made a bunch more bedrooms. The fort is now even more vertical than ever. We went from 8 dwarves to 38 dwarves down to 18 dwarves back up to 34. So that also is pretty good. We don't have a military at all, but I have the startings of a construction that looks fortish. I also have some trained giant piggies, and we're getting close-ish to another round of trading season, so that'll be good. We're also going to get an artifact soon, which is very exciting. We're currently in an ad break, but that's it for dwarfs for the day. But don't run off just yet, because there's a game I would like to that I would like to play a run or two of before I call it for the night. We've still got at least an hour and a half of stream left, maybe a little longer. We will be playing more Dwarfs tomorrow, though, so don't cry. 2 seconds, though. I do have to turn my face off. There we go. You know, it took, like, I had to read that. I was like, wait, what's Night Rain? I know what this is. I know what this is. What is Night Rain? Oh, right.